Right, now that all the council members are present, I call to order the December 3rd council meeting of the City of West Sacramento City Council, West Sacramento Redevelopment Agency, and Finance Authority. We will begin with the land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we live, work, learn, and commune is the original homelands of the indigenous people of West Sacramento, who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. We acknowledge and we thank the original inhabitants who have occupied, maintained, and secured this place, and who still exist on this land. We respect and celebrate the many diverse indigenous peoples still connected to this land which we gather. The council did not meet in closed session. There is no report. We would like to invite our guests to join council and staff in the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. David Jans, our Parks Commissioner, would you please come up to the podium and lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Jans. As is noted on our agenda, City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing or taking any action on items that are brought up under item 1 for public comment. But it provides an important opportunity for a public forum. The public is given an opportunity at this time to discuss City Council issues not listed on the agenda. We do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening to please fill out a request to speak card and return it to the clerk. And if there is anybody discussing an item on the agenda, I will ask you to pause and wait for the agenda item to come up and speak there. Once the staff report has been read, we open up the item for public comment, and the clerk will announce your name for you to walk up to the podium to speak. Now, in front of the clerk, there is a timer to ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard. And we ask that all the comments be limited to the specified number of minutes, which is 3 minutes. Also, in front of the clerk, actually, I will ask how many people there are to speak in public comment and decide then. Also, in front of the clerk is an analog flip chart, which indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. We also recognize that for some, speaking in public can cause anxiety, so we request that there be no applause or boos, catcalls, or other demonstrations, or I will narrow down the time to speak to 30 seconds each person. Furthermore, so that we may maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers, we ask that those in attendance and those who address the City Council abide by the code of conduct posted and not speak in a loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now this brings us to item 1, presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the council, and each person has 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, how many speakers are there at this time?
We have 19 speaker cards for item 1.
19 speaker cards. If we gave each 3 minutes, it would be an hour. So we will narrow it down to 2 minutes per person at this point. Madam Clerk, can you keep track of the clock for the 2-minute mark?
Ma'am.
Thank you. And then can you please call the people up to speak?
Guy Stevenson.
I'm speaking on behalf of this Three Sisters Garden, and I think that is a useful thing, and I think it's great for the community. It also helps young people stay focused, stay away from all kinds of bad stuff, you know, drugs and all that. That I love it. I drive by it all the time, and I would like to see the city extend their lease for that area, because they're very productive in running it, and the food that they do grow and stuff there actually goes to the community. So you got my support, and you know I want you to extend their lease. And the other part is I have addressed this to you and Aaron many times. I had an incident where I was riding in one of your Via vans, and they decided they wanted to drive through the construction zone, and they did nothing about it. So I told them today, if they don't address this and get rid of the person who did it, that I'm gonna take them to court. And they didn't like that. So you really need to focus on their safety, and the people that run that program, they need to come out, like I told you before, they need to come out of the office and go ride and talk to the people and get their input, because a lot of this stuff that they're peddling out of here is not, it's only their agenda, it's their narrative. So they're gonna keep it the way. They don't know the problems. If they got the problems fixed, it would be a great van service because they don't have this problem in Woodland with the Beeline. You know, Beeline might be a little more expensive, but they're organized, real organized. But anyway, God bless all of you. Have a good night and take care of yourselves.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Stevenson.
welcome.
Samuel Ramos.
Hello, Mr. Ramos.
Hello, everyone. As a youth of the program, I just want to say it's a great opportunity for anyone looking to educate themselves, or if they need a outlet for their energy that's productive. It's a great space, and I think the lease should be extended just for the sole purpose of educating youth and providing that outlet, because there's not many things in the community for people to get involved in like this. I think it's very unique, and I think we would benefit as a whole if we kept this location. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
For the remainder of the public comment, I'm going to call people up 3 at a time. If you'd like to come up, all 3 people, and the first person can speak, and the 2 remaining people can wait in the front chairs for their turn, that would expedite this a little bit.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So I have Alfred Melbourne, Damia Zhang, and Christina Alvarez.
Thank you guys, Madam Mayor, City Council, for your guys' representation here. It's always a pleasure to come here and speak, and today have the pleasure to speak on behalf of Three Sisters Gardens and the work that we're doing in the community. I'm not sure if you all have been able to see this depiction of what the future of Three Sisters Gardens can look like, make sure it's right, but our goal is to continue to transform spaces within West Sacramento, to transform unused vacant lots into thriving urban farms where we can provide food. We've been kind of beating this drum and sounding the alarm for a minute now, where we need to have enough food so that we can take care of ourselves and train future generations how to do so also. I think that it couldn't be more appropriate or more timely when we have, the federal government threatening to cancel SNAP and creating further disparities and barriers. Food should never be, a pleasure. It should be mandatory for all, but not just any food. Good, healthy, organic, nutrient-dense food. And as we stay right here underneath the eye of the Capitol, 4th largest economy in the world, it gives us the perfect opportunity to show how West Sacramento is leading in urban farming and training our youth and supporting the next 7 generations. Thank you, guys. Oh, before I go, I did want to mention, there probably would have been many more people here tonight, but a lot of people that couldn't make it. We have received over 1,000 signatures in support of this petition to request you all to not just extend our lease, but let's have the discussion and get us on the agenda for next month so that we can potentially create a real solid partnership between the City of West Sacramento and Three Sisters Gardens to be able to further assist and support our community.
I'd like to take a moment for our city manager to provide clarification on how things are put on the agenda, please.
Well, typically, agenda items are brought one of 2 ways. We have some of the more standard items that are part of the city's general business, things related to budgets and whatnot. Those are typically scheduled by staff because those are part of the city's normal work. Items can also be requested by city council members. We have a process that's outlined in our council procedures manual that it basically says that a council member can make a request for an item through a process where they give written notification to our staff. We then agendize that as a under the future item requests section of the agenda. And then, as you've done before, the council member has an opportunity to describe the item to your colleagues, and we take a vote at that time on whether to place it on a future agenda or not. Generally, you also look to staff to make sure that we have the bandwidth to get it on the agenda at the time that you're requesting and give some feedback on that. And then at that point, we would put it on a future agenda if the consensus among the council is there to do it.
Thank you. And for that, I just wanted to make sure that that clarification is before the public at this time. If there are requests tonight to put something on the agenda, your response on something like that, on how that process works, is that it cannot be put on the agenda given a request from tonight.
It has to come through a member of the council and then through the process I outlined, and then the item would go on a future agenda. So it's kind of a two-step process.
Two-step process.
For 2 meetings.
And
yes.
it has to be approved by council to be on a future
Correct.
agenda. Thank
Correct.
you
Yes.
so much for that. Okay.
Damya Zhang.
Hello. I wanted to talk about my personal experience with the Three Sisters Garden and how they've impacted me and my community. At first, I really enjoyed the urban farming, and I thought it was really simple. We get to provide food for the community, but it became a lot much more than that. I learned that this organization also wanted to dismantle mass incarceration. They wanted to develop youth leaders, and all on top of providing for low-income individuals. And that altruism really inspired me to speak up, use my voice for others, and I guess they developed my own youth leadership in that way. And also, we've had some guest speakers from partnership organizations, and they've told us how much we've impacted their own communities as well, because we provide our crops to them, and they cook meals and send them out to low-income individuals as well. And they have told us that they could not have done it without us. And that impact is really big, considering that we have a lot of partners, and if we weren't there to provide crops to them, then their own supplies will diminish and we will reach even less people. And so overall, I believe that a longer lease with this organization will improve the impact we have on the entire community, and maybe we can even reach more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your email.
Christina Alvarez. And if Lexi Wheeler, Chris Bruce, and Alexander Dunn could come up to the front and take 3 seats in the front row.
Good evening. My name is Cristina Alvarez, and I'm the chair of the Women's Committee for LACLA, the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, AFL-CIO Sacramento chapter. I am here today as a community member and as a witness to the positive impact Three Sisters Gardens has had, not just on our community, but on the lives of volunteers, of youth, of a lot of people. And I'm here to request that this item be placed on the January 21st City Council meeting and to extend that lease. This is a program that, if you can see, this room is full of witnesses and living evidence that programs like Three Sisters Garden are functioning. And in a city where we deal with a food crisis, housing crisis, homelessness crisis, having access to healthy food when diabetes is a big, big pandemic or epidemic, not just in our city, but in the country, having access to healthy, local grown food. It's a really important piece to this big puzzle of something that the city can participate in. So I ask that it be included and extended on the next meeting, please.
Lexi Wheeler.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm here speaking on behalf of Three Sisters Gardens. The garden is very important to our community. They help out the homeless with giving out vegetables. They've helped out me personally because I'm low income and I really benefit on the vegetables. This garden has also helped out my partner Carl with a job. He's been working for the garden since like 2019, and I go up to the farm like every morning, and I go see all the farm hands, and they all say nice to me, and they're all nice to me. It just makes me happy seeing the farm every day. It's just beautiful. All the farm hands work really hard on their job, and it would just mean the world to extend the lease, because it's just very important to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Bruce?
Greetings, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Chris Bursey, and I'm here today with my team and with over 1,000 signatures of support to request that City Council and the Mayor vote to include Three Sisters Gardens long-term lease of 5th and C Farm to, if not the next City Council meeting, then the soonest, agenda for discussion. When food stamps were cut last month, so many people reached out in a panic for food for their families, and we were able to provide for free. We are asking for a permanent space right here in the city where the people are, so that if anything like this happens again, and it will, we are prepared to answer the call. This isn't just a proposal, it's already a working solution that can only get better with the support of the city. And we have more plans of how we can continue to grow food, restore native plant and animal ecology, support our unhoused neighbors, guide our youth, and build community. Shout out to the TSG farmhands most especially, and managers, volunteers, and interns, because they are the ones out there in the fields every day tending the land. They make the veggie bags for families in need. These are the real people behind all this work, and it's them, our youth, and everyone we provide for, who stand to lose if this space is ever taken from us. Thank you for your time and for your service to this community.
I apologize, Chris. I think that's the third time I've misspoken your name. I'll remember it next time. Alexander Dunn?
Hello, everyone. Honorable City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Alexander, and I am a West Sacramento local. I am deeply invested in the well-being and future of our community. Today, I stand in support of Three Sisters Garden, an organization that embodies the principles and human rights of food sovereignty. So access to land and availability to grow food are fundamental human rights. And through their work, Three Sisters Garden is ensuring that our community can thrive sustainably and equitably. By renewing the lease for Three Sisters Gardens for a long-term period, such as 5 years, we are not just supporting a garden, we are supporting the very fabric of our community. We are empowering our youth, fostering education, and cultivating a sense of belonging and self-sufficiency. This initiative is a powerful testament to what our community can achieve when we prioritize people over profit. We must remember that this is more than just a garden, it's a movement towards food justice, equality, and sustainability. It's about reclaiming our right to nourish ourselves and our future generations. I urge the council to see this not as a debate, but as a moral imperative. Let us stand together as a community and give Three Sisters Garden the stability, and support they deserve. By doing so, we are not just preserving green spaces, we are preserving our community's dignity and future. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much.
And Audrey Campbell, and will Alejandro Rosendez and Ann come up front and take 2 seats in the front row?
Hello, my name is Audrey Campbell. I live in Elk Grove, actually, so I made the 30-minute drive out here to speak to everyone, and I also make the 30-minute drive every morning that I volunteer at Three Sisters Garden. For me personally, to share a little bit with you guys, I'm a 28-year-old widow. I just lost my husband in August, and the garden has been the most incredible space for me to slow down in life, reconnect, watch something grow, and understand that I'm going to be okay in life as well. Like some of my other volunteers and farmhands have said, the garden is definitely a special place for everyone, a very welcoming place. and a place where you can truly feel yourself and feel safe and know that you are loved by everyone there. I would just like to say that this space will continue to do great things, and I'm very, very fortunate to have found it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we are also sorry for your loss.
Alejandro?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Alejandro, and I'm the youth coordinator at Three Sisters Gardens. I'm also a graduate from UC Davis. I study sustainable agriculture and food systems. Now I stand before you here for the second time to once again advocate for a long-term lease at our 5th and C Street farm and request that you hopefully put this matter on future agendas to vote on. So as a youth coordinator, I've had the privilege of educating and leading our youth through a meaningful farm work experience that empowers them to grow nutrient-dense food and give back to their community. So our programming provides a unique opportunity for youth to learn about sustainable food production while getting paid for the time that and work that they put in. This year, I've led 3 cohorts through winter, or spring, summer, and fall, and that totals to over 60 jobs created for our youth this year. Our interns learn about urban farming basics, land stewardship, food and culture, the future of farming as it relates to climate change, and civic engagement. So I've seen through my experience with the youth, they really come out of their shell. I could tell that the farm is a space where they can grow and thrive and really feel that empowerment. You know, at a young age, that's something that really sticks with you for a long time, and that's something that youth need as they grow into older ages. And so this is a very special place, and we hope that I hope that you take this matter seriously as it relates to the future and well-being of our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being such a great role model for our youth.
Anne?
Good evening, members of the council. I'm here to second all the comments supporting Three Sisters Garden, specifically requesting that the council request that it be added to the January agenda to discuss the long-term lease. Three Sisters Garden has been doing beautiful work, inviting in and building community, and they support food justice and teach through action what that really means. Feeling connected to our food, understanding how to grow it, caring for each other and the land long term. We opened the meeting with the discussion of the land and stewardship, and I think this is a way to put that into action. Stewardship takes commitment over time, so a long-term lease of 5 or 10 years would support their work as it deserves and as we all need, especially amid the financial and environmental crises that we face. I think it's really exciting to think about what could be built on a 5-year timeline or longer, and I encourage you to dream toward that too.
Thank you so much.
Polly DeBartolo, and would Aaron Larson and Mark Galvez have a seat in the front row?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paulie DiBartolo. I'm the president of the Sacramento Architecture and Design Foundation and a professor at Sac State. I provided you all with a detailed letter a couple of weeks ago, but tonight was important enough to be here to express my support for the Three Sisters Gardens team and their commitment to this community. I've had the opportunity to witness the passion of this team on multiple occasions. Their participation in the international creative storytelling program Pechacucha uplifted and inspired a room full of architects and designers earlier this year, including some of my students. They also welcomed my Sac State students to their 5th and C farm to provide them with a real-world site to design a project that incorporates the opportunities and challenges of designing adjacent an urban farm. I urge you as the council to nominate this conversation worth having and to extend the long-term lease securing their mission for years to come by requesting this topic be placed at the earliest possible next council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aaron Larson?
Good evening. This is going to be kind of short because I'm not really a fan of public speaking, but this is really important to me. So, my name is Erin Larson, and I'm a volunteer at Three Sisters Gardens as part of the College Corps program at UC Davis. 40,000 pounds of food. That's how much food Three Sisters Gardens has given out to people in need so far, and that number grows every day. Three Sisters Gardens is a pillar of strength and community growth in West Sacramento and is absolutely vital to this city's future. At a time when programs like SNAP are under attack, we need your help now more than ever. Please put a vote for the 5th and C Farms long-term lease on the agenda for January 31st, or as soon as possible. With your help, we can protect our local barrier against food insecurity and continue to support the most vulnerable people in our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. You did a great job.
Mark?
Good evening.
Hello, Mark.
My name is Mark Galaviz. I do the weekly food distribution on Fridays for the TSG. I just kind of want everyone to think about, like, what do we want West Sac to look like in 25 years, right? I mean, do we want it to look like everywhere else? Or should it have its own flavor of culture, community, and education? Sacramento is the farm to fork capital, but TSG is getting people involved with the farm part, which is where the real impact is, as you might be hearing tonight. The Three Sisters are incredible and unique. I mean, really, where else do you see something like them? And if the lease ever were terminated, what would even replace it? You know, something as remarkable? It's quite unlikely. Probably it would just be some building that would generate a nominal amount of tax revenue, and that's fine, but probably nothing that noticeably moves the needle for any metric in the city. Nor will it bring in anybody. This random building will not do what the Three Sisters does. I mean, I've seen people come from Oakland and further, you know, people coming here to research it so that they can set up their own in their own city. And I mean, people from the colleges nearby, you know, it's quite a resource. And maybe West Sacramento never really will be the most notable city in this region, but it can become a bastion of peace and prosperity through the efforts of the Three Sisters Garden. The Three Sisters do not ask for anything, and in return, they give everything. I know, every Friday I give the food away. And they are absolutely the type of people that you should be supporting in every possible way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Veronica Sotelo, Isaac Frajillo, and Rhonda Pope Flores. So Isaac, you're first.
Hi, my name's Isaac. I'm a farmhand at Three Sisters Garden. I've been working there for about a year and 4 months. I'm here again to request a long-term lease for our 5th and C farm. The real question is, why can't we get a long-term lease? Not only do I want to know, I think everybody else wants to know. All we do is give away food, we feed families, and we make the town look way better. If we had a building, it'd just be way better. We have people from high schools, colleges, other community places that just come to do whatever, and we have two storage containers and 1 porta potty. If we had a building, it would be way better. We'd be able to give away more food, and we would just thrive way more. We already do a lot for the community. Imagine if we had a building. Please give it to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Veronica. 2 of my grandsons and a granddaughter work at the Three Sisters Gardens. I just think it's an amazing program. To me, it grabs the youths, the young youths, and it teaches them responsibility. My grandsons have learned so much from Alfred and everybody else in the community. I spread the word to the church community where they can come and get produce on Fridays, because, you know, everything is just so expensive now. So they really enjoy it. I really hope that they are going to get what they need to expand what they're doing. It's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, Rhonda.
Our person, sorry. We just came out of Native American Heritage Month. This is a Native American based, anyways, I'll just leave it at that. I do want to back up a little bit. I am slightly concerned that, and this goes for everyone, that if a council member brings something to the agenda or something that their community member brought to their attention that would like to be brought to the agenda, that it has to be subject to other council members that represent other areas of a different district to vote on that. I feel like each council member should have the right to bring issues that affect their district to the agenda without being vetoed or whatever it is that didn't get us on the agenda. So I'm slightly concerned, and I think you should revisit that process. I guess I'm just gonna bounce around. So I grew up on Anna Street, and I grew up watching Alfred grow up as a little boy, and the man that he's become now, wow. That's all I can say. Seeing this room filled with people, you have something that promotes goodness, health, mental health. You have a room filled with young people who it's very hard to come up and speak. And you have all these young people that have come up here and they have spoke in favor, like, wow, this is huge, but it's also discouraging because Broderick and Bright Neighborhood Association was created because we couldn't get you guys to listen to us with the voting, the map issues. And so here we are again, this feels like deja vu. When you have something good that is brought to the community, my gosh, don't let it go. Don't lose like you lost. Bright and Broderick Community Center.
Matt Weaver, Justine Kanzler, and Maria Grijalva.
Thank you, Rhonda. Hi, Matt.
Evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for the 2 minutes tonight. I have to say, this organization here today is very impressive. I think this is the second meeting I've been at where many people from this organization have spoken. I don't know the economics, I don't know the background on the issue, but I know this many young people coming out to speak and find their voice in the public domain is very, very encouraging. And as I just heard, it's actually really discouraging that this many people need to speak up to get onto an agenda. But such as it is, and that's why I'm here to speak on items that are not on the agenda. A few years ago, the council decided that cannabis was a strategic imperative. And here we are a few years later with another year lapsed, and I don't see anything on the agenda reinforcing what was a council priority. I do know of a number of liquor licenses awarded, conditional use permits granted, and, you know, that process run rampant. But we bottleneck and stonewall with new imaginary maps, process that didn't work out, equity dollars, $500,000 of equity dollars just lost, just left on the table with inaction. And then we don't wonder why we don't have money to maybe renew a lease for an organization like Three Sisters Gardens. I compel you guys to say, hey, was this cannabis discussion a few years ago really a strategic initiative, and why on earth would a city this size stonewall such a simple issue that was a priority coming from this council? So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Matt.
Good evening, council members. My name is Justine Kanzler. I've lived in Sacramento for almost all of my life. I'm here to urge the members of the West Sacramento City Council to raise and approve a council meeting item addressing a possible long-term lease of Fifth and C for the Fifth and C farm for Three Sisters Gardens. Volunteering at Three Sisters Gardens has helped me find my path. After graduating college a couple years ago, I moved back home to my hometown, Sacramento. I was not sure how I was going to start my career coming out of school, and I wanted to connect with my community and learn more about regenerative agriculture. I became a regular that helped bag fresh produce for many community members and was able to take some extra home, which was something that always made my day. I did this at the 5th and C location, one of over 5 farms that, in particular, this location houses some of the most important infrastructure for the nonprofit, a place to store produce from harvests, and an area to gather the community. Since then, I have helped host a regenerative agriculture forum, which Alfred spoke at, and continue to engage in climate-related volunteer work. Now I am pursuing a career in climate communications and continue to learn more about the importance of decolonizing our systems. And these efforts go hand in hand, which is why I am here tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your future profession interests. Hola, Maria.
Under the Americans with Disability Act, I'm going to be requiring 3 minutes because 2 minutes is not sufficient for me. And so please know that.
Madam Clerk, please call the next person up.
Susan?
Y'all doing? Happy holidays before I get started. I had absolutely no idea I'd be saying anything tonight. However, today when I walked in to leave something at the high school for my granddaughter, I saw a sign that said food pickup, 2:30 for the students. They don't have food. And these guys grow food. And our students at River City High School, sitting right in front of it, is once a month, they give food and clothing that people will donate, give. The garden provides many things, but to think in our society with all that's happening out of DC, what's happening here is affecting these families and these kids and their brothers and their sisters. My privilege bubble got popped big time. You know, stubbing your toe on reality sucks, but it's good. Anyway, the garden is needed. It's needed for every reason everybody said. I can't speak to it. I know every time I've gone there, there has been nothing but a good feeling there, and that's so hard to come by. So anyway, thanks for your time. Please get it on the agenda. It's really critical. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no additional requests to speak on item number 1.
All right, we're closing the public comment. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We need to continue with the quorum. Mr. City Manager.
Right.
All
I would
right.
recommend a recess at this point, just for your colleagues' sake.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
We will have a recess at this time.
Hi. For you.
We are returning back to the council meeting, and the meeting has been adjourned due to a terrible display of comments made to our fellow council members. And to my colleagues, I will make sure that if the situation happens again, that we adjourn the meeting immediately before those comments can continue. And
Madam Mayor, could you reiterate what the code of conduct is for public comment?
we also recognize that for some, let me see, where is the code of conduct? Furthermore, so that we may maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers, we ask that those in attendance and those who address the city council abide by the code of conduct posted and not speak in loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting.
Thank you. Before we get the meeting started, I'd like to make just a quick statement. Debated walking out and going home just now, because what happened just now is not how we do business in West Sacramento. It is disrespectful. It's just plain mean. And that's not how people should be treated who are trying to run a city. We are given an opportunity to serve our community, and there are a ton of people in this room who have done a ton of work to get to where we're at right now for some important items that we need to continue doing business on. And so I chose to come back because it's time for us to work. But this is not how we do business in West Sacramento. And if it happens again, I will immediately walk out and the meeting will be done.
I'll follow up that comment. It won't be tolerated. You can't be disparaging. We're very, very clear about the rules. Our mayor has already also made it clear that we will just end the meeting. So mess around and find out. The only reason why we came around here, why we came back, is because of all of the people that are here to actually do real business, to actually make sure that the things that they came to get accomplished, our jobs, we want to do our jobs. But we won't be abused. We won't have our children spoken about or anything else along those lines. I want to be very, very clear. It's not fair to our staff who are also disparaged. It's not fair to them and the hard work that they do. And it's not fair to the people that have come here who have waited to get these things accomplished. It's not fair to any of them. We're going to get business done, but we will not be abused while we're doing it.
All right, we will continue.
I said what I said.
We will continue proceeding with the meeting, and I have spoken and going to continue to make sure that we abide by the code of conduct moving forward. Now, this brings us under item 2, actually 2 through 8. We have the consent agenda items. Are there any requests to remove an item? For questions, comments, presentations by the staff? None? I'll accept a motion to approve agenda item 2 through 8.
Seconded.
All right, Madam Clerk, before I move forward, are there any requests to speak under public comment?
We have no request to speak on any of the consent agenda items.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved and Councilmember Early seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Alcala? Aye. Councilmember Early? Aye. Councilmember Orozco? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, next we have next on the agenda is the public hearing for the formation of the West Sacramento Tourism Marketing District. I'll now invite, so it is under the agenda item under public hearing and consideration of Resolution 25-127, declaring results of the majority protest proceedings and establishing the West Sacramento Tourism Marketing District. And there is a script that I've been given to speak off of, but that was not included on the script, and I just want to make sure that it's read in. All right? And now I'll invite staff to present the report. Ms. Megan Stiles, please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So tonight we'll be conducting a public hearing on the formation of the West Sacramento Tourism Marketing District. This hearing is being conducted to receive public comments regarding the levy of assessments and to allow affected business owners the opportunity to submit written protests. On October 15th, 2025, petitions in favor of formation were submitted by assessed lodging businesses, which represented over 50% of the total assessment. This majority petition allowed the council to initiate proceedings for formation. Council adopted Resolution 25-107, which declared the city's intent to establish the WSTMD. The resolution also set the required November 5th public meeting, along with tonight's public hearing, for consideration of formation. On November 3rd, the public meeting was held and no comments were received from affected lodging businesses. One comment was received from an outside agency. At the conclusion of the public hearing, staff respectfully recommends that the council adopt a Resolution 25-127, which will result in the formation of the West Sacramento Tourism Marketing District and the levy of assessments on certain lodging businesses. So I'm available to answer any questions before we open up the public hearing.
Thank you. Councilmember Alcala.
What was the agency? Am I allowed to speak on that, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, what was the question? Your microphone's not on.
Can you put your microphone on? Put your microphone on. She can't hear you.
Wasn't on. I'm sorry. You mentioned an outside agency. I asked what the agency was and what the comment.
And am I allowed to speak on that?
Yes.
It was Visit YOLO, and they had just asked for us to take a look at some of the marketing materials and things that they are currently doing. We do have some hotels that have opted in to Visit YOLO in the past, and they just asked for us to kind of partner with them and reach out to them in the future if we pursue the district.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions among the council members about this? Okay, if not, I'll open it up to public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
We have no request to speak on this item.
All right, thank you. Hearing no further questions. Okay, we already went through that. Since there are no... Okay, are there any additional... Okay, again, this is a script. I don't know what... I don't say any of this. It says, thank you. Are there any additional speakers? Are there any additional speakers? Nope, okay. Hearing none, we will close the public comment. Okay, Mayor, majority protest proceedings. All right, we will now proceed with the majority protest portion of the hearing. I will ask the clerk to report on the number of written protests received today.
We have received 0 written protests to date.
0. All right. Thank you. At this time, are there any additional written protests to be submitted? If so, please bring them forward now. Nobody's running to the clerk. Okay, hearing none, the acceptance of the written protest is now closed. We saw nobody coming to receive any, provide anything, and the clerk mentioned there were none. Clerk, do you have any other comments?
The final count is 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Based on the final tally, which there is nothing, a majority protest under state law. If a majority protest exists, the council may not proceed with the levy of the assessment, which there are none. If no majority protest, the council will now deliberate on on this item. Council members, any discussion?
I got one comment.
Oh, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall, please speak.
Yes, I'd just like to thank you, Megan, for all your work on this. This has been 2+ years in the making, and I know it was a lot of meetings and a lot of outreach. And I just want to thank you and give congratulations to the hotel community for this just really monumental step in moving West Sacramento forward. So thank you for everything.
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Rodolfo.
I actually need to take a moment to thank Mayor Pro Tem Vernal Sulpicio Hill for taking the leadership on this item and working so that she came onto this council with the intent of inspiring movement in the business community. As a prior CEO of our West Sac Chamber of Commerce, she came back as a council member with an eye toward improving the the contributions to our small business and bolstering their ability to do work in our community and to thrive. And even though most people, I think, are pretty unfamiliar, I mean, unless you're in the know, right, what a tourism improvement district would look like, especially in West Sacramento, the small, innovative little city that maybe didn't have a strong business community necessarily in the complexion that we have right now. But we have a lot of historical industrial parks and whatnot. It's different. Now we're burgeoning in a different way. And so when it comes to organizing a tourism improvement district, I just really appreciate her forthwith knowledge and passion toward the project. It came up 2 years ago at a strategic planning retreat for us, along with the PBIDs, which would be our business improvement district that I hope that we can revisit as we move forward. But special kudos for that strategic positioning, and I'm proud to actually have the opportunity to have this before our council tonight.
Any other comments? I second that. City Council Member Quirino Orozco, I think that this particular addition to what is going on in our city and improving our business is important. We have heard from businesses that we do need to boost a lot more activity to help them be successful. Small businesses don't have revenue lying around to market what they have to offer. And so hopefully with this new opportunity, we can, I know Visit YOLO has been interested in doing business here. They've been doing outreach, Visit Sacramento. This has been a lot of ideas, but putting something like this together, I think, is a huge step in that right direction, and look forward to seeing how it produces the good work in our economy of West Sacramento. Okay, I'll accept, if there are no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Early seconds.
Okay.
Please, I allow.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Ho moved and Councilmember Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ocala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Megan, for all your hard work on this. Congratulations. Next, under regular agenda, item 10 in the Finance Department is a workshop on water and sewer rate studies and proposed rate adjustment. So we have our Finance Director, Ms. Roberta Rapper. I think we have several speakers on this, and hopefully everybody can introduce themselves. And I think in this particular agenda item, we will have several speakers, and after each one, we will open it up for questions because it's very dense in each presentation, so we just want to make sure everybody has a chance to break it down and ask all the questions they need to ask. Thank you.
We have one request to speak on this item right now.
Could you please cut me off at any point and remind me when that happens? Thank you.
Is there like a diorama? What's happening?
Props.
Props. Okay.
All of this is on. There we go. Didn't see a light. All right. Good evening. Yeah, we've got a large presentation. There's a lot of information in here tonight, and so we'll be stopping along the way as well. And we'd love for you to ask questions as you have them. All right, so we are here tonight to present the updated utility rate studies for the city's water and sewer utilities and receive council direction on the desired scenario and direction for staff to begin the legally required Proposition 218 notification process. So we'll start with a little bit of background to catch up both the council members and the public on the history of rates in the city and changes and impacts since the last rate update. Then I'll hand it over to our Public Works O&M Director to describe the city's utilities, including issues and challenges currently facing each utility. Our Capital Projects Director will provide an update on infrastructure projects that are planned and ready to go and proposed for construction over the next few years. The staff background will be followed by an overview of the rate study, the rate setting process by our consultant, Rick Simonson with HF&H, who will also review the resulting rate scenarios. So we have 4 for each utility tonight. And finally, HF&H will provide a comparison of the proposed rates under the scenarios to rates of surrounding jurisdictions, so the council may see where the city would fall regionally as it relates to utility service costs. And we also have a slide to describe our low-income rate assistance program. So, of course, you're welcome to ask questions throughout the presentation. We also have pauses built in to allow for that after each utility discussion. And we've also got time set aside at the end for council to hold a workshop, ask questions, provide feedback, and we've got several subject matter experts here to answer your questions, as you mentioned. Okay, so for background, first, the city owns 3 utilities: water, sewer, and refuse, or solid waste garbage. Refuse is excluded from the current process. They're currently working to release an RFP for waste hauler services. Those services are currently provided by Waste Management, and they've decided to hold off on steadying rates until a new contract is negotiated, and we've got future costs that are known. So as such, tonight we're here to discuss our water and sewer rates only. Our water and sewer funds are enterprise funds, which means they operate as business-like activities and must generate revenues sufficient to cover the expenses of the utility. Revenues are generated through rates charged to customers who use the service and are calculated through the development of a cost of service study or a rate study. Utility revenues may not fund anything other than the utility service for which those revenues are collected. And while general tax revenue could legally fund utility costs, it's not recommended, it's not a best practice, as the city has large public safety, roads, and other costs that have no dedicated funding source, for which general tax revenues are typically in high demand and competition. So the last rate studies were completed in 2011 and 2017, and each time included some of the lowest rates in the region, as the focus was on cost-cutting measures, keeping rates low for customers during and after the Great Recession. The last rate adjustment was implemented July 1st, 2021, so about 4.5 years ago. The water and sewer master plans, which identify all necessary infrastructure investment in each utility, were completed in January 2025 and adopted by council. And since then, we've worked with our consultant, HF&H, to develop cost of service studies for each utility, which we're presenting to you tonight. We presented this information last month to the EU Commission for feedback prior to this workshop. At that time, staff, we had 3 scenarios, and staff recommended scenario 2 for the ideal balance between funding necessary infrastructure projects and mitigating impact on ratepayers. And while the EU Commission generally agreed with staff, they recommended enhancing the staff recommended scenario by adding some priority projects at the lowest overall cost, resulting in a new scenario. So that's scenario number 4. We'll be presenting all 4 to you tonight. All right, this slide shows a comparison of the city's current rates. I think this is a thing too, but I don't know how to use it. It's the different colored one, the third one there, is the city's current rates, compared to our surrounding agencies, most of whom utilize Sac Sewer for sewer treatment costs. So on all of these charts and all of the things showing the total bill amount, that total bill amount will include the pass-through cost for Sac Sewer, just for comparison purposes, and so everyone can see the total bill impact. West Sacramento's current combined water and sewer rates are among the lowest in the region, as I mentioned, with only Roseville and Folsom slightly lower, and all other surveyed agencies higher. When comparing agencies, however, rate levels must be viewed in the context of a lot of other factors, right? System age, capital needs, and operating complexity. West Sacramento's infrastructure profile and long-term reinvestment needs most closely resemble those of Davis and the city of Sacramento. Both have older systems with significant renewal and regulatory requirements. In contrast, the other agencies, Roseville, Folsom, Lincoln, and Elk Grove, have newer infrastructure and lower long-term capital burdens, making their rates not directly comparable. Why some of them are a lot higher than ours, I'm not sure. And then Woodland has the highest rates. Those reflect the cost of major surface water and wastewater treatment plant investments in a smaller rate base. They have a big debt payment that is covered by their rates. So this slide shows some of the economic impacts since the last rate update was implemented in July 2021. The table provides a summary of key economic indicators influencing the cost of operating and maintaining each utility to show how things have changed since our last rate adjustment was implemented. These are things that, you get off the web. You can get the consumer price increase, CalPERS rate adjustments, those types of things. Percentages, while giving good information, don't always give a full picture. So looking at some of the actual numbers, I wanted to pull a couple things just to put that into perspective. So for a capital project, for example, so a lot of these different pieces will come together in like a capital project cost, for example. So while the consumer or the construction cost index is about 14% over the last few years, there's also labor costs and other things included in those project costs that are higher. So I took the State Streets Water and Sewer Rehabilitation Project, which completed, it was done in around 2020 to 2022, around the time frame that we're looking at of our last rate update. Total cost of that project was about $7.2 million. And looking at these, applying these indicators or increases to that, those same projects would cost $8.7 million now this year. So that's about $1.5 million increase. Maintenance worker, average maintenance worker total compensation in 2021 was about $94,000 a year. This year it is $129,000. So that's a difference of about $35,000 or 37% in this case. And if you multiply that by 18 maintenance workers, that's over $600,000 a year. And then utilities and chemicals costs, two of the highest costs for water and sewer operations. In 2021, the total cost for utilities and chemicals was $1.8 million. Last year, it was $2.5, is almost $700,000 a year increase, about 38% increase. So as you can see, the actual costs that we're experiencing in our utilities are quite a bit higher than some of the posted sort of economic indicators or inflation numbers. But by looking at just these numbers that are provided is even completely ignoring infrastructure investment required to maintain a reliable utility service to ratepayers. A 20% increase in rates is needed immediately just to simply keep pace with the rising costs of operating our water and sewer utilities. So with that, we'll get further into these costs and talking about what the proposed rate scenarios are a little bit later, but I'd like to go ahead and hand it over to our Public Works Director to talk about our utility systems.
Hello, City Council. I'm Rebecca Scott, the Director of Public Works Operations and Maintenance for the city, and I am going to share an overview of our system with you just to provide a little bit more context about just the magnitude of what our department takes care of and how we serve the community.
Oh, sorry, Rebecca.
Sure.
We were going to go through questions between each speaker. I forgot about that part.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just give a chance for us to review that?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I was absorbed in my candy. So, council members, do you have any questions about this presentation that our finance director just presented to us? So far, you're good?
I think I'm going to take
Okay, you're going to take it all in.
keeping
All right,
track.
we're all good. All right, thank you so much. All right, sorry, come back up. I think I'll have a lot of questions for you, though. That's what prompted me. I'm like, oh, this is the one.
That's okay. So the George Kristoff Water Treatment Plant provides all of the drinking water, irrigation, and fire suppression water for the city. And so we are proud to provide such an essential service for our community. And we produce about 11 million gallons a day of drinking water for our community. This interesting box that you see next to me, you might be wondering what that is. And so this actually represents 1 unit of water, which equals 748 gallons. And so on the bill for our customers, we charge a usage charge for each unit of water that is used. And so we have a service charge, which covers the cost of getting that first drop of water to your tap. So it's the maintenance of our entire system. And then for every one of these boxes that a customer uses, we currently charge $2.43. So looking at the box of water, we do have a gallon in there as well for scale, and then a little 12-ounce bottle. So this guy right here would probably cost you, I don't know, $8 at a, professional sports game. This guy right here would probably cost you $4 at the grocery store, and we sell the entire container worth of water for $2.43 right now. So just for some scale, sometimes it's hard for people to understand what is a unit of water. What does that actually mean? You might see it on your bill, but you might not really realize like this is the actual amount. So it's a fun little visual just to kind of help explain what a unit of water is. So in our system, we also have 8 reservoirs. We have 2 clear wells and 1 booster station, and that moves our water from the north side of town to the south side of the town. And we also have 212 miles of water mains. And for the scale of that, if you laid them out on the freeway, it would get you from here to Fresno. So that's the amount of just water mains that is literally under our feet, serving water to the community. We also have 97 miles of service lines, and those are the lines that go from the water main to each person's house. And so we have about half of the amount of water main distance is also service lines. And then you can see the numbers there for meters, hydrants, and valves. We just have a lot of water infrastructure that we have in the city to, again, provide that water to the community. And most people, they don't necessarily think about water and sewer lines because you don't see them. They're underground, and as long as your toilet flushes and there's water that comes out when you turn on the tap, sometimes it might be taken for granted. But as I mentioned, there is a whole network of pipelines underneath our feet that requires maintenance and replacement. And at any time, it could fail, and then it will actually become seen pretty quickly. So a large water main break, you've probably seen on the news other large agencies where they've had really massive sinkholes as a result of a water main break. It can be damaging to property and people, and we definitely don't want that to happen. And so our infrastructure definitely is aging, and it's at the end or past its useful life. And regulatory compliance is also evolving and getting stricter. And then water meters, they also require replacement. So the council and community may not know that when water meters start failing, they actually start under-reporting the amount of water that's going through the meter. And so it actually favors the customer, but it does the opposite effect for the city. And so as they fail, they'll just get slower and slower and register less and less water. And so that can actually cause quite a few problems for the city, one of them being that we can't accurately estimate the amount of water that people are using. And so for many of our regulatory reports, we need to, estimate the water that the city is going to use. We also have water contracts that allow us to purchase water. And so we need to be able to accurately be able to know what our customers are using. And so part of that is having accurate water meters in the ground that are registering appropriately. And so water meters traditionally last maybe 20 years, maybe a little bit less. And so we are pretty much in a constant state of replacing our older water meters and then getting on that cycle of continuing to move through the system and replace them. When the city incorporated in 1987, about 35% of the city was inherited from Yolo County, which, as the council knows, that included much older infrastructure. And we do have some records dating back to the 40s, which means we have some water infrastructure that's now 80 plus years old. The life of a water main is somewhere around 70 years. And so we definitely have some pipes in the ground that are older than that. We also have a water supply contract that allows us to divert and purchase water from the Sacramento River, but that can be affected in dry years. And at the moment, we are actually curtailed on one of our water contracts in preparation for a potentially dry year coming up. We do have another water supply that we're able to use, but we do want to look at alternative water supplies just to make sure we're improving water reliability for our residents. On the sewer side, we have 214 miles of sewer pipelines. We have 9 pump stations, and we have 5 lift stations. Our sewer lines are mainly a gravity system, but at a certain point it stops because it can't go any lower. So that's when we use a lift station to pump it up to a higher level so that it can continue on its way to a pump station, which will then pump it under pressure to the county's interceptor pipe. And then our sewage is treated by the Sacramento Area Sewer District at their wastewater treatment plant in Elk Grove. And as Roberta mentioned, Sac Area Sewer does charge separate rates that are passed on to the residents. So just like our water lines, we do have aging infrastructure on the sewer side. And again, as mentioned earlier, the repair and replacement costs have risen dramatically over the last 5 to 10 years. We are liable for our systems and any problems that are caused by breaks or sinkholes. And because of the age of our system, we are starting to see a lot more sewer backups in which the system gets plugged, the pipes fail, and it causes a sinkhole because it starts to take on dirt. And then when the joints wear down, it actually will cause a lot of the groundwater to infiltrate into that area. And then it'll be sort of an underground sinkhole that might not be visible for a little while. And then that actually will cause us to have to pay more for pumping, because now we're not only pumping sewage out of that area, we're also pumping the groundwater out of that area. So we're getting to a point where we're at system overload and our pumps cannot keep up with what's coming in. All right, that's the slide I just talked about. So we do have some shovel-ready projects that we just need funding for the actual construction component of them. But one of them that is the most important is the high service manifold vault and effluent water meter project. And so basically we need to upgrade the underground pipes that send our treated water from the treatment plant to the distribution system. Since the high service manifold is underground and it's one of our most critical assets, we need to build a vault so our staff can safely access it and maintain it. The effluent water meter measures how much treated water is being sent out into the system, and that's actually a state requirement that we are measuring the amount of treated water coming out. And so just for that project alone, it's $7.2 million. Another nearly shovel-ready project is the South Sewer Lift Station, and that's near the State Streets neighborhood on Park and Stone. The design is mostly complete, but we don't have the money to complete the construction. And for that area, the pump station is currently too small to handle the normal flows. And that's another location that our maintenance crews are continuously monitoring just to make sure it's working as it should and that it doesn't back up. And so if one of those pumps goes down, it could cause a major sewer backup. And it also requires safety and performance updates, which will help ensure our crew's safety while they're maintaining that system. And so for that project, $6 million is needed. As mentioned earlier, the city just recently adopted a comprehensive water and sewer master plan. And so in that, those are typically updated every 5 years. And for the water CIP, the recommendation is $89.5 million in total, which is approximately $18 million spent per year. The recommended 5-year sewer CIP is $54.1 million, which is approximately $11 million per year. And important to note, keep those numbers in mind as Rick goes through his presentation, because the middle ask scenario that we are looking at has about 55 to 60% of that dollar amount that's recommended actually in the works for that scenario. So we still, even in like the middle of the road scenario, we're really only able to do around half or a little over half of the recommended projects from those master plans. And so those master plans really are a way for the city to know which projects are the most critical, which ones need to be done right away, which ones we can probably wait a little bit longer on. But we're at a point now where we definitely have some critical projects coming up. So for upcoming infrastructure projects, we have the Washington District Infrastructure Rehab. That's funded partially with grant money, fortunately, and we're going to be updating the water and sewer lines. And then we do have some, you'll see the numbers in parentheses there is what funding is needed, and if it's a number not in parentheses, we already have funding for those. The CCTV inspection and cleaning of the sewer system. We don't have the staff to actually get that done as often as we should be. And so we need to be looking at these pipes every 5 years at least. And so that is the estimate for getting that project underway. And earlier I talked about the infiltration of groundwater in the sewer system. So to look at that in different neighborhoods is approximately 9.1 million, because we would be looking at a variety of different neighborhoods. We believe the worst ones right now are Bright and South, but all of the sewer pump stations need updates because they're all on the small side and they're all old. So when they were originally put in, the city did not have as many homes or neighborhoods and developments, which is very common. But as the population grew, then the needs grew, the amount of sewage proportionately grew. And so we're at a point now where those systems are too small. The total cost of all the updates, $42.1 million, is a significant portion of the sewer master plan recommendations. And then the water pump station, PSIP, is also one of our projects as well. And we estimate approximately $44.5 million of water main replacements needed in the next 5 years. And again, we have over 200 miles of those underneath. And that will improve the reliability and capacity of our system. Many of our water tanks are also older, and they provide the supply and also the correct pressure for our system. And so we need them in good working order to operate the water system correctly. Part of the city's responsibility as a water and sewer service purveyor includes making sure the treatment plant works and making sure our water and sewer systems are in good repair. We don't want backups, we don't want sinkholes, and we certainly don't want to be on the national news. We need to fund these projects now, because if we continue deferring them and wait for an emergency, and it will come, it will cost typically at least twice as much for an emergency project, because we have to rent equipment, pay overtime costs, and it also takes time away from the preventative maintenance needs. So a higher investment is needed now, but our goal would be to get to a place where we're making that investment and then we can get on a good preventative maintenance and replacement schedule so that we can keep the rate increases more stable going forward. So at this time, I'll answer any questions before I turn it over to Rick with HF&H.
Thank you. Yes, I do have questions. Looking at these projected, all these projects with the projected cost, the timeline to get started, well, first of all, have you prioritized which one is the most catastrophic one that we need to prioritize in getting taken care of?
Yes, we have. So I don't know if Jay wants to jump in here.
Was that Jay's part? Okay, we can wait for Jay to.
Well, he can kind of tag team on the questions with me, but I know Bright and South are kind of, that's one of our priority projects right now. But if you're referring to
this list, upcoming, is that another slide that you can go back to?
Forward. Do you want to?
Forward?
Yeah, that will be covered in a little while when we go through each scenario.
Oh, okay, good. I can wait.
And we prioritize kind of the list of projects in water and sewer.
Okay.
And what was the most critical ones from staff.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jay. So I don't need to jump ahead. If you're going to just say it, if it's going to be said already.
Sure.
You can go ahead and ask. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's quite frankly, I think it's along the same lines, but I actually don't want you to jump ahead because I'm going to assume you showed me this because it was important. The slide that's up. So just to make sure I'm tracking, because when the mayor said or asked the question of, hey, what's the most important project or what's the most priority project? I just, again, I want to track. So the projects on this one aren't the most priority projects?
These are upcoming projects these are absolutely priority projects, yes. And they are, everything in parentheses there we do need funding for. But we have further organized them into like an order, if you will, of what needs to be done first. Unfortunately, a lot of them we'd probably put as number one, just because they've been deferred for so long.
Okay, so two more questions. When we do get to Jay's part, are these projects going to be on the long list? And so we'll be able to see where they fall?
Yes.
I see Roberta nodding yes. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to go back to just maybe something simpler. Lots and lots of numbers thrown out. I appreciate it. This report is super dense. If I was watching, I wouldn't quite be able to follow, quite frankly. they're big numbers. I heard sinkhole, potentially. What would be helpful, at least for me, just like your everyday person who would need to understand this, is give me an example. What happens if we don't replace do the water meter replacement or Westmore Oak sewer water rehab?
So
specifically.
Sure. With the water meter replacement, again, we have state regulations that require us to track the water used, and the recent state conservation regulations have gotten more strict in that regard, and so they will actually require much more specific numbers for our population. And so if we don't have accurately reading meters in the ground, we do not have accurate data to provide the state, and it's possible that our city would actually be using more water than we would be calculating because of the meters running slower.
So that's what you said in regards to it favoring the
customer.
Got it. Okay. The sewer system I&I reduction, 9.1 million, or actually let's do the 42.1 million, because it sounds like there are projects that are even higher in priority than these. What happens if we don't do the sewer pump station rehabilitation project?
Jay, do you want to tackle that one?
So on this slide in particular, this is a summary of the entire master plan. So that's the summary of all the pump stations that are there. So if we did not move forward with one of our sewer pump stations, what would happen? And what would happen if we went into catastrophic failure? So if it just went into failure, we would have to put it in bypass, and we'd be coming back here for a project that's roughly 7 million. It would increase that by at least 3 to 4 million, and we'd be pushing that out further years. Then we'd pull staff off of projects that they're working on right now, or Rebecca's whole team out. And then the timing when we do these projects is a dead of night when the flows are lowest. So then that would further kind of create the financial hole for the city.
Can I go a step further? I appreciate you taking the city perspective. I'm looking more from the customer perspective. What happens to me as a customer? Like, why should I care?
So that would, if a pump station failed, we would go into backups potentially, and at that point, if there's anything, it fills up as the station goes. Crews come out, they start pumping stuff out. Neighborhoods, so Bright, that pump station is in a neighborhood, it's on Curtis, so all those neighbors would be affected at night. They'd be hearing trucks come in and out for us to keep the sewage from backing up into homes. Worst case scenario, that starts happening.
Okay, so just in simple terms, sewage starts to back up into our individual homes if this doesn't happen.
At the
like
worst
just in
case.
very simple terms.
Yeah, so it goes into barrels first. It starts working its way up in the system. That's when triggers start going off. Rebecca's team gets notifications. We start trying to lower that level. You send out pumper trucks, send backer trucks out. You're trying to lower it as much as possible, bypassing it. And then worst case scenario is that you would be in that catastrophic situation, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Okay, that makes sense. Last question on this, at least. So you just told us that these projects, although our priority, we're about to see projects that are even higher priority than these. I will tell you, sewage backing up feels like a priority. 42.1 million, especially if this is lower on the list. Is there a cost escalator that is already accounted for? The fact that we're going to have to do this later on?
So that encompasses all our pump stations, and then what staff did, working with Rebecca's team, is took the most critical pump stations that we know that have the most need, and we prioritize those. So when I get to the list, it's going to be 5 projects. We're going to go through those and say, this is why this is so important to do, because we have to move this forward in the next 5 years.
Okay. The one thing that I would ask, thank you, I see Roberta nodding, like as you're going through it, and maybe you're going to do it already, simple, right, would be helpful.
No, absolutely.
And how me as a customer, or how the residents that are looking at this and saying like, well, is this like a must to or need to, because we're all pressed as far as the costs that are being put on all of us as individuals. Again, how is this dire, and how will they be impacted in addition to the finances of the city?
Absolutely. We'll get into that, and then we'll also get into why prolonging it would cost more. So we'll get into some of that nitty-gritty details.
Appreciate you.
That would be helpful, how prolonging it would cost more for me.
Absolutely.
Because looking at Bright Park, for example, if we went through some scenarios, waiting would probably double the cost. I'm just saying if we waited maybe 10 more years, and if we didn't do the, if we didn't take action to get it fully taken care of. So comparable to that, if you, I don't know if you have the slides and information to share, that would be very helpful.
Yes, that'll be later on in the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Orozco.
Thank you. I appreciate the angle toward avoiding potential tragedy and future catastrophe when it comes to not upgrading the lines in our city. I mean, we are an aging city. We have been continuously trying to reinvest in replacing the sewer and water mains and the state streets in the oldest parts of West Sacramento also. But more importantly, I'd love for you to, in your future comments, I understand that, I don't know what's coming up, but I imagine you have something up your sleeve, really commenting on the importance of our public health as we upgrade these systems. Because for me, as many of us, you bring out these bottled waters. I don't know if they're any more healthy containing plastic, encased in plastic and whatnot, but how can we as a city ensure that our most impoverished parts of our communities and the people who live in District 2 who have the lowest health outcomes in the region, we're trying to improve. How can we ensure that their drinking water is as pure and clean coming out of the tap, and so they don't have to rely upon, bottled water or certain things in order to clean their waters? We've had cities that have been hit tremendously by polluted water, and I know that this has come before our city in the past where people have been concerned about whether or not their drinking water is safe. So to the extent that we are footing a bill to ensure that our public in our community remains healthy, I'd love for you to touch upon that, if you can.
Good luck.
Mayor, I have
Yes,
just a few
Councilmember
questions.
Alcala.
Okay, if we go with rate increase, what percentage to the average household? I mean, what kind of increase would that be?
Yeah, so that'll be the very next part of the presentation, and I'll let Roberta and Rick take that on.
Also, have we recently had more sewage backups than in the last few years? Is that why we're doing this?
More frequent, yes, for sure.
Okay, and you're saying that's primarily like in the Broderick area, Broderick area?
It's citywide, but that's one of the areas with one of the older systems and one of the most critical based on need.
And you mentioned the south. Do you mean Southport? When you said Bright South?
The
south, you said. Maybe I misheard.
South Street.
Oh, South Street?
Yeah, it's kind of by the port, so it's not all the way in South.
Okay. And I just want to make a comment. I know who's Latina. I often wondered why Latinos bought so many bottles of water and all. And I think it's many of the families that I've spoken with, it's because they didn't have great drinking water in Mexico. So that's one of the reasons that a lot of people, so I'm glad you brought that point up, because I think a lot of people, if we do sort of an education project, that this is going to, be something in purifying the water, getting these new pipes in and stuff. I think that's going to be a real important component in people accepting maybe the higher rate that we may have to impose. I think it's important for people to hear that.
So I'll clarify that water main replacements, the water mains that we have right now are not causing any water quality issues. What we're trying to minimize is a break, which would cause a massive sinkhole, which would cause destruction to property. Potentially, a car, like if it was on an arterial road, sometimes you've got a sinkhole opening pretty quickly. There may be a car that drives into it. So injury to people as well. But the water quality itself, our water has always met or exceeded our federal drinking water standards. And so the water that is coming out of the tap right now is still meeting or exceeding those standards. And so we do have very high quality water already, fortunately for our residents. We're one of the places where we do have really high quality water here. And so we do love to encourage people to drink the water from your tap. Don't go spend $4 on this, just turn on your tap and get the water clean from there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And as part of the future presentation, I know when we did some, I think in the state streets, we changed some of the sewage lines out there, I believe. But one of my concerns was the homes were so old as well. that we could have done a great job on the back end, where it comes out on the street, but among the homes, theirs was still very old. And if there's any insight on that, structure and what we can do to educate the residents that they will have to upgrade theirs as well. And if there's a way to take a look at the rates to provide support for those homeowners who can afford to upgrade theirs, that we can consider that as part of the conversation. All right. Anything else? No? Anybody? Okay. Our next presenter.
All right, so now I will turn it over to Rick Simonson with HF&H to go over the proposed rates.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Again, I'm Rick Simonson with HF&H Consultants. We're a consulting firm that started in 1989. We do water, sewer, and solid waste rates throughout the state of California for over 35 years now. So I'd like to start the presentation. We'll have Jay come up and give a little more details as we go through each of the scenarios. As Roberta mentioned earlier, we've got 4 different funding scenarios for each of the 2 utilities. So we'd like to dive a little bit deeper. So yes, we're going to be throwing a lot more information at you, a lot of numbers. So please, at any time, stop and ask your questions as we move along. See if I can make this work. There we go. So we did undertake a cost of service study for both water and sewer. As mentioned earlier, the city's utilities are operated as an enterprise fund, which is key to note that the revenues that are generated from the rates that we will be reviewing tonight can solely only be used for either the water or the sewer service. They cannot be used in any other capacity to fund programs throughout the city. And the rates must be based on the cost of service to provide those services to each customer class. So as I walk through the presentation, I'll show 5 years worth of revenue increases, and just note the term revenue, especially for this next effective increase, April 1. That's the overall revenue that will be generated by the rate increases. However, in that realignment year, when we're looking at the cost of service for each customer class, the actual impact to the customer classes will differ from that average revenue increase. So some rates would go higher, and some rates would go lower in that initial first year. And then from that point forward, the percentage increases you see will be applied uniformly to each of the customer classes, as we will have realigned to the cost of service in that first year. What are the steps of a cost of service study? So working with staff, we identify all the costs that do need to be covered by the rates and charges, both the operating, ongoing day-to-day operations, as well as the extensive capital improvement program that we'll be discussing in a bit more detail. We have to track these costs and how they change over the next 5-year period. And we have to design rates to ensure, as I mentioned, each customer is paying just their fair share, nothing more, nothing less. And we will conclude with a presentation of the impacts to your customers, specifically your average residential customers of each of the scenarios. First, we'll dive into sewer, and then we'll open it up for questions before we move on to water. So your current monthly sewer charges do get charged to single-family and multi-family residents different than they do for commercial businesses. And that's due to the fact that residential customers tend to use water much the same from household to household. The water that's used then becomes sewage that needs to be treated. With commercial customers, there's a lot more volatility of how much water is used and then discharged into the wastewater system. So we've set up your current rate structure to have both a fixed charge and a variable usage charge for your commercial customers based on their actual water use. And we do know that water that flows into the commercial business, not all of it makes its way into the sewer. Some is used in production, some is used in irrigation. So as a proxy for the actual water use for charging commercial customers, it's based on winter water use, when there's the least amount of irrigation that's occurring, when it's a lot more precipitation. And as noted earlier, we'll be talking in the units of water that's being used. So each unit is 748 gallons. These are the current rates shown for each customer class. For single family, the current charge for sewer services is a fixed $10.88 per month. Multifamily customers, as we look at water demand and the usage of the sewer system, they tend to use less water on average. So you see a lower charge for your multifamily dwelling units at $8.16 per dwelling unit per month. Commercial currently has a fixed charge of $5.40, but are also in addition charged that variable rate based on their actual needs.
Can I
yes.
Ask one quick question? There are businesses such as like the teriyaki sauce company. Yeah, I can see Tracy nodding her head, that use a lot of water. How would their rate be affected?
We'll get into the specific rate impacts. We don't have them as a specific example of their
Yeah, if anybody can
bill.
answer that question, I'm just very curious. If no, you don't, nobody knows. Okay.
Don't know off the
I'll
top
find
of our
out.
head how
Somebody
much
will
water.
share that with me later.
Yeah, that can be calculated under any of the scenarios that we're
Okay.
presenting tonight. So just to reiterate how we got here and why you will be seeing some significant percentage increases over the next 5 years. Rates have not increased since 2021. And as Roberta mentioned, inflationary cost increases and the need for major capital improvements are affecting the rates that we'll be proposing tonight. So those current rates do not cover even your current needs. And as we project out for the next 5 years, that becomes an even greater shortfall. So additional funding is needed for those major rehabilitation projects that we'll get into more detail. When we start the cost of service process to understand the costs over the next 5-year period, we've summarized here to understand the revenue requirement. So that's depicted in the stacked bar chart there. Your categories of costs for your regular operations and maintenance, your day-to-day staffing and maintenance of the system are shown there in the green. You do have some current debt that had been issued and you're still paying down the debt service. Small amount here in the sewer. That's depicted in the dark blue. And in the light blue there, you'll see the capital projects. And you'll see that spike of necessary capital improvement projects under what we're calling a full ask scenario. So kind of the high watermark of those critical projects that can be done over the next 5 years. We've also included here the total current revenue in that orange solid line there to give you an idea of, even in this current fiscal year, 25-26, we are covering the O&M costs and the debt service costs and a portion of the capital that's necessary. The remainder of that has to be made up from reserves. But as you see, that will grow over time based on the needs of the capital program. And in 27-28, that's a $15 million shortfall that we're facing. So we know some sort of revenue increase will be necessary. Oh, that was the correct direction. So when we look at the expenses and where your current revenue is, again, looking back at that chart, your current revenues are about $5 million per year based on current rates. So how do we bridge that shortfall from that solid orange line to that gap of the additional expenses over the next 5-year period? We can just increase rates for the full amount. But as I mentioned, you'll be about $15 million short in a couple of years. And on $5 million worth of current revenues, that's quite a significant increase to rates immediately. So we know we can utilize reserves. As I mentioned, it is an enterprise fund. So when revenues have exceeded the actual expenses during that year, those excess funds are kept in reserve for future capital projects. We can also issue debt to help smooth out the increase to ratepayers by issuing debt over a long period of time. In our scenarios here, we've assumed a 30-year debt issuance. And it's a good idea when you are facing these large capital projects to fund some of, not all, but some of it through debt issuance, because these main replacements, they have a long-term life. So it makes sense to pay that over time instead of all at once. So the scenarios you'll see tonight are utilizing a combination of some rate increases, also utilizing reserves that you currently have on hand, as well as issuing some debt, and I'll walk through those. So this is a summary, and I apologize. We actually have 4 funding scenarios listed here. We had brought 3 to the EU Commission, and they have added a 4th one. So let me just walk through quickly of what we're trying to illustrate here. It's just to summarize under each of the different scenarios how much of those critical capital improvements will be able to be funded through each of the scenarios. So for scenario 3, what we're calling a full ask. After staff received the master plans, and in this case was recommended $11 million per year over the 10-year period, staff was able to look at those projects and understand their capabilities of staffing, getting those projects done over the next 5 years. What could be done? It's about $8.8 million per year of those projects. We know that is a pretty high water mark, and the impact to rates would be significant. So we have developed some scenarios. One we're calling a mid scenario, so it does reduce some of those projects, and Jay will get into what those projects are either delayed, deferred from the next 5-year period, or reduced costs. We also did a low, what is that bare minimum? Not recommended, but in the spirit of providing options, a low option that will further reduce those capital projects down to about $5.5 million per year, which is just about 50% of what has been recommended in the master plan. When we brought this to the EU Commission, we had, with staff, recommended scenario 2, which is the mid. They noticed some projects that were being deferred in that scenario and asked if we could develop another scenario funding some of those more critical projects that they found would be necessary. So we've developed what we're calling scenario number 4, which ups that capital spending, not quite to the full ask, but more than the middle option that you see here. Now, you'll see the slide another 7 times after this. It's just really to give you context of the cost of service process and how we go about determining what those revenue increases that you'll see across the bottom there, how we derived what those percentages should be. So I'll just orient you this one time on what we're looking at here, and it will repeat itself. So as we're looking at the necessary revenue increases, we first start with where is your current fund balance? And that's depicted in that solid green line. On the far left side, you'll see that's about $8 million at the end of last fiscal year, June 30, 2025. So you had about $8 million in reserves in your sewer enterprise. The solid red line, let me start at the bottom there with the solid red line. That's a minimum level of reserves for operations. It's 50% of your annual O&M expenses. That is in order to fund your O&M operations throughout the year. As revenues come in and are billed monthly, you have daily expenses that need to be covered. So that's there during those time periods when you're waiting on the next billed revenues to be received. So as we're developing these percentages, we never want to see you go below that minimum red line. But in addition to just covering those O&M, it's prudent policy to have also a balance, a target for your capital expenditures besides your O&M expenditures. So again, another, and I misspoke, 25% is the minimum target, 50% is the total target to also include the capital. So what we try and do when we're looking at these rate increases is never go below that red line, and by the end of the 5th-year period, be at or slightly above that blue line. If we did nothing, that's depicted there in the dotted green line, and that's just to show your current revenues. If you didn't change those over the next 5 years and conducted the projects that you deem necessary, and in this scenario, the full ask, you would quickly deplete your reserves before the end of fiscal year 27-28. So what this is depicting is with the revenue increases you see across the bottom, we will maintain a positive fund balance, hit that target by 29-30. So this is indicating the mixture of the revenue increases, so the rate increases to your customers, as well as utilizing that $8 million in reserves over time. So utilizing those reserves a little bit each year until you hit that target, instead of just raising rates.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
You move. So the revenue increase, the 36, the 28, the 16, is that depicted in one of these lines? I don't think I'm fully following you.
So the revenue increases that you see there, we compared to the expected expenditures that we showed on the stack bar chart and compared that to the revenues of the $5 million currently with these percentage increases each year.
Mm-hmm.
And that delta, if there is a delta, and in this case, it will fall short of meeting that full need because you're utilizing reserves. So for example, from 25 to 26, with our recommended increases of 36 and then 28%, you will utilize about $2 million in reserves. If not for those reserves, those rate increases would have been higher.
So just help me understand just before we move on, because I think the slide's important. The delta that you're talking about here is represented on the line chart is between what? The delta is between the green and the blue. The delta is between the green and the red.
So, and hopefully I can answer this and you can ask a follow-up question.
Okay.
So what we're depicting with the green line is your current fund balance.
Okay.
So each year, when you look at your actual projected, or what we're looking at here are projected expenses.
Okay.
Compare it to the revenue that would be generated with the rate increases.
Okay, so that's how the 36, the 28, and the 16 come into play.
Correct.
Okay.
We use those percentages to track that green line. So if we did not do a 28% increase there, you'd see, for example, with the dotted green line, you'd be around $3 million left in your reserve if you did not make that.
If you didn't do the
increase.
28% increase.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is that sufficient
that
for
part,
now?
Now that part is clear. They were just numbers before.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. And again, those are revenue increases. We'll get into the bill impacts to give you an idea and compare and contrast amongst the scenarios, because this is a presentation full of a lot of figures, so we want to make sure you have an opportunity to truly grasp what it is we're recommending. And with that, I'll bring up Jay just to go over those projects that are included in this scenario, which is the full ask.
All right. Thank you, Rick. So in the next part of this, as we go through each scenario and we go through it, we wanted to break it down as a team of what we're getting out of it and why these projects are so important. So the full ask that we have here, keep in mind the master plan was asking for 89.5 and 54, right? And this full ask right here is at 44. Staff came together, took that master plan, and with Rebecca's team and the capital projects team, with all the engineers, we developed what is the most critical projects that we need to get done in the next 5 years. What do we have to keep together? So all these projects, as you see on here, are one as a whole. As I work through these different scenarios, you'll see those break up and costs will increase. And we'll walk through that each, and it'll be colored in yellow. Right here, so South Lift Station Rehabilitation Project, that is a really critical infrastructure need. Right now, that lift station at Park and Stone is operating, constantly running off and on, so it's wearing out the pumps at a very high rate. Rebecca's staff is there daily almost to do repairs. We just had another repair today, so it's critical that we get that done. Westmore Oaks, so this is all sewer. We're gonna do the same exercise for water. Westmore Oaks sewer project, these are concrete line pipes. They're from the inception when we got from Yolo County, as concrete, actually gases and sewer corrode that very rapidly, and that is at its end of life. So we need to make an improvement on there. The $1 million you see there, we usually design out a project first, and then we construct it. And the logical steps that we use, we do water sewer, and we build our way up, and then we would do the roads. So this creates a snowball effect. If we cannot move forward with these utility rates, we will not be able to do the roads, or we will do the roads and then rip up to do the utilities. So we try to follow by doing utility projects first, just like we did in State Streets, and then do the road project, and then we're out. So that's kind of the logic that our staff used in developing these projects. And we really kept it to this digestible list of 6 here of saying, these are critical, we have to get done. So this is the full ask, and as we walk through, you'll see how that changes, and I can walk through that.
May I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
You just mentioned repair costs, staff being out there every day repairing. As we're looking at these numbers, and I don't know, if that repair work is just built into the O&M, if those are quantifiable numbers that we need to be looking at as we're kind of gauging where we need to be putting our priority, or looking at the different level of rates. Because obviously you're prioritizing these because of the repair that needs to get done. If we push this out too far, what's the unintended consequences of the repair costs if we're still out there every day trying to work on the South Lift Station?
Yeah, well, at that point, it gets beyond a repair. So that's why these are on the list, is these are approaching like end of life. Like they're to the point where they're not fixable anymore. So we're having staff out there every day to try to remedy them or put them back together. And that is a tremendous amount of overtime from Rebecca's team. But that cost of doing that constantly is peeling away from maintenance activities that we can be doing at other stations. So it's creating that snowball.
Thank you. Jay, one quick question. So this is like the timeline that I had asked for earlier.
Correct. So these 6 projects on here is a 5-year timeline. So the water sewer master plan, those projects didn't disappear. They are just pushed out further, right? So we're just pushing those into future years. These are the most critical ones that we need to do now. So we identified these, and in each scenario, we're still touching these at some point. But the way we do that is either phasing, costing more money, or just spreading it out over years. An important note that I did miss, I'm sorry, is you'll notice that a lot of money's in the first years, right? It's all front-loaded, and that's because we're so behind. Oh. And if we wait, things start costing more. Our designs, so South is fully designed out. Bright, we're going to be entering our design. Westmore Oaks, that's fully designed out. We're just waiting for funds to construct these projects. And the longer we wait, the longer we shelf life them. So
if this was approved in a timely manner, how soon can we get started in the 2025 year? Is that, so you would send out an RFP to get this project going, or we would have to approve? What does that look like?
So the rates, yeah, I'll let Roberta step in for the timing of when everything is.
Okay.
So the proposed timing that we're looking at now would have rates effective April 1st. We bill in arrears, so April usage would be billed in May. We would receive revenues. Our first revenue on that would be June. In order to get any of these projects really started in the next fiscal year, which starts in July, we'd be issuing debt in the fall. So rates would go effective. Our first revenues would be coming in around June. In the summer, late summer, early fall, we would be issuing debt so that we have cash on hand to carry out and implement these projects. If the process is delayed or the implementation is delayed, the implementation of the projects gets delayed the same way. But the current plan is that we will have rates effective in April. We will, in the summer, fall, issue debt, and then we can start projects in fiscal year 26, 27.
And these anticipated costs are also based on the cost of these projects going up and the cost of the material going up. Is this all factored in?
These account for cost increases year over year. So when we look at this and we look at the timing of when these projects will be done, there are inflation factors built in for future years in these costs.
Reliable inflation factors.
Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to be able to approve
I
something.
mean, as reliable as you
and then
can. We
we're
can't really
waiting.
predict the future, but yes, as much
Yeah.
as we can.
And so the reason why we haven't done any of these projects is because we didn't have the revenue to do this?
Correct. We don't have the money, the cash on hand to do it. There are a couple of things that influence that. So Rick mentioned, for example, in the sewer fund, we started with $8 million of reserves. So you might be saying, well, why aren't we doing an $8 million sewer station project? There are a couple of reasons. One, a portion of those reserves are in a required rate stabilization fund that we have a balance requirement set by council to maintain. So we maintain that. And then we have cash on hand in fund balance. And as we have enough of that cash on hand in fund balance, we can do a project. The other thing we have to watch out for is our debt coverage ratio. So if we do issue debt, and we have debt existing already for our water and sewer funds, there's an annual debt service payment, and there is a requirement that each year you collect enough revenue to cover all your O&M and your debt service plus 15, 20, 25%, whatever the bond covenants call for. Right now, we don't have enough revenue to meet our legal debt coverage. So what we're having to do is utilize that rate stabilization reserve fund to transfer in as revenues each year to meet our debt coverage requirement. That will continue to happen, and then we won't be able to use those funds for projects until we have rates set sufficiently to do that.
Okay. And I appreciate the entire presentation on revenue, dedicated revenue for this. I think that can be difficult for the public to understand, that we need a dedicated revenue stream that is from our ratepayers to put into, the bank or whatever you want to call it, into a revenue fund to achieve that. I think sometimes what the public doesn't fully understand, and it would be great to have a full budget to explain this whole process, and to have that transparent process online, is for them to fully understand how these revenue sources are disseminated to cover what projects. Otherwise, I think the public will assume Measure O was passed, and why isn't that revenue source being used, for example. So, appreciate this explanation, but it's just sometimes very hard for the public to understand. When we have several sales tax revenue sources, we know it's dedicated, we know it's incentivized, we also have property taxes, EIFD. We have several projects, but it's hard for the public to understand. Moving forward, it would just be good to have a full budget to explain that. Councilmember Alcala.
I was just going to ask you a question. So it's going to be 137 million over 5 years, is that correct? Maybe
What
I
are you
saw
referring
that
to?
wrong.
My apologies.
No, where's the 137
cost.
million?
137 million, I mean, that's what it's going to be over 5 years, right?
No. Where did you find that?
Yeah, 137 million. Is there a slide I should reference? I'm sorry.
Maybe I just read that wrong. But this was going to be the cost of everything. All the work that was going to be done. It's going to cost 137 million over 5.
No, I haven't read that anywhere. Is there, we're just trying to find the slide that you're looking at.
Gosh.
Are you potentially adding up each of the 5 years of stack bar charts, doing the O&M, capital?
That's what I calculated.
Oh, you calculated something? All right.
5, 20, 40. Now it's about 80 million. So
80? Okay.
Yeah.
I've just done the numbers wrong.
Okay.
And I'm happy to revisit that question if you
Okay.
reformulate.
I probably added wrong, that's all.
I think, okay, I'm just trying to do numbers in my head. So the master plans, what they call for, so they call for 89 and 49, if you're adding those, correct? Those, is that where you're getting to so that's what the master plan's recommending, full, like what we
Everything.
should be doing. So
Right.
we use that kind of as a guide. We're not asking for that full ask in any of these scenarios, though.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
That's what you're asking. Yeah, okay.
Both
All right.
utilities over 10-year period. For rate setting purposes, you can only set 5 years at a time. So that's why we focus just on the next 5 years.
Okay, all right. And so what is that going to be, like a 54% increase for customers?
We will get to that shortly,
Okay.
because that is
Next.
always the question.
Okay.
I want to mention, there are 4 scenarios, so the rate increases under each of those scenarios will be different, and we're asking you for guidance tonight on which of those scenarios to move forward with.
Okay.
So you'll ultimately tell us what the rate increases will be, but we'll go through each of the 4 scenarios and to show you what that sort of difference would be under each scenario.
And under those 4 scenarios, it's the range that I thought it's the range, right?
What do you mean?
I think you're referring to what, again, this is kind of a recap of what we're doing tonight, and I know you're going to get to this. You're not fully setting the rates tonight.
Right.
You're
That's what
setting
I'm-
the upper end of what they will be.
The upper end.
And we're, as Roberta said, we're seeking direction on of the options, which is the one that you would favor, or if there's something.
Yeah, that's,
I think we're trying to give you sufficient background and good enough information so that when we get there to give you that, you'll be able to, understand the information we're giving you. If we jumped right to rates and the options without you understanding what goes into it
Yeah.
and what the trade-offs are of the different scenarios, you couldn't make very good decisions about that. So we will get you that information, but they're later on in the slides, once you have enough information to understand what we're going to ask you.
All right, thanks.
So moving on to what we're calling the mid-level, which is our scenario 2 for sewer. Again, looking at the fund balance, we're achieving the same target by end of 29/30. And we'll recap these percentages and the bill impact, so don't try and memorize each of the revenue increases. But this is a little bit less capital funding, and Jay will go through some of those projects that have been deferred. All told, and I didn't do this on the last slide, but this is about 127% cumulative increase over the next 5 years, which on average to your residential customers is about $4.53 per month increase each year. So just to give you some context, but again, we'll show you some average bill impacts when we get to the conclusion of all the scenarios. So I'll let Jay.
Thank you. So everything in yellow is something that had a change. So what we did here, south is still really important. We want to get that done first, so we have that done first. A lift station is very hard to phase out. You really can't do it. You have to put the lift station in bypass. It's meant to be like a single project to happen at once. So phasing it causes a lot of increase in money, and you see that with Bright. That project jumped up to $11 million, and you're like, okay, why? Well, we're just keeping it going for $1.5 million. We're redesigning it, and then we're trying to do the project in 28, 29. So that pushes that project out. In a neighborhood, what we would do in the phase scenario is we do less. So we would do less of skip some streets. We'd be back there the next year to do the rest of the streets. So you'll see if Westmore Oaks was to be pushed, we would be doing one at a time and trying to gauge these in the right years, because we're trying to do water and sewer together and then come do the streets. That's what we're kind of fighting against. In this scenario here, the main line sewer repair were also pushed out or reduced in capacity until future years. And the hardest thing to do when we were doing these scenarios is we have an $8.5 million project and we only have $9 million coming in that year. We can only do a project like that's, and if we have to split that, that is our most important. Staff did not want to be splitting that project. So that's why it's loaded that way. In future years, you see that we're able to do a neighborhood and push on Bright. That's the hard decisions that we had to make in order to get these project lists done in these 5 years.
So as comparison with the scenario number 3, which was the full ask, that was about $44 million in projects over the next 5 years, and this is $36 million, so that's that reduction. Looking at scenario 1, the low level, just in order to provide as many scenarios as possible and reduce the impacts to ratepayers, we've developed this. You'll notice still double-digit increases each year. The cumulative increase would decrease to about 115% over the 5-year period, so still a doubling of the rates over the 5-year period. That amounts to about a $4.20 per month increase to your single-family customers each of the 5 years. And we saw with the previous scenario funding 44 million.
36, you're close.
36 million, 44 for the most, 36 for the mid, and for the low, pushing out some more projects, deferring those down to 27.5 million.
And in this scenario, the low, it really becomes very difficult to get anything done in a single year. With $4 million, you have to phase everything out. So things are being spread out. This creates a chaotic environment for both our maintenance staff, the contractor that's doing the work. We're trying to split a pump station up, so it's multiple years that we're leaving it in a very risky situation where it can be either vandalized or and not completed. And pushing out to 2029, those are estimates. I mean, with inflation, the rate that things are increasing right now, that could be higher as well. So in this scenario, in the low scenario, what we start doing is really increasing the risk on each one of these projects from being an $8 million project to saying that could be a higher range project by the time we get there. Projects that you do not see on the list, so there's other stuff that's being moved onto future, as I said, it doesn't go away, it's just being pushed off into the coming years of 2030 and beyond. On this here, you see that last project, and it's often asked, what is that? That's to map out the system. We don't have that clearly mapped out from north of the Barge Canal, our oldest part of the city. So we've been working on a project to map all that system out so we can have educated data on where our stuff is. That has to get pushed out. And then our major sewer mainline repairs, that just ends after the next few years because we have to fund the neighborhood project and we have to fund our South Lift Station project.
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Real quick, I'm wrapped around the South Lift Station Rehab Project. Can you go back a slide? Because did this just drop $1 million? Go back one more. So how is it only $7.5 million if we pushed it out 2 more years? Did I catch something?
Might be a typo on here.
Because I would think the cost would be going up.
That has to be a typo on here. Apologize. Yeah, it's 8.5 on there. Okay. Yeah, somehow that on the low lost.
I just thought you were cutting costs somehow.
I thought it's probably a formula.
No, I remember. Okay, so this one is still 7.5. We're pushing it out. The beyond 2030 is where we're gaining some more money on this one. So the actual true cost on this was almost like around 9.5 that we had calculated out that we'd need.
But you're saying within that 5 years,
yeah. So it's not.
But you're still going to be working on it and paying even more in the future.
So we'll be pushing projects out. So that's why it's not. This just shows 5 years at a time. So majority of those. South is a very complicated one. That one was really hard to estimate. If we try to split that up, what it would cause. A lot of our commercial units are there, so that pump station constantly runs. So to get those flows, it would be probably one of the most expensive to prolong.
On just even what we're looking at now, I guess my question would be, are there any projects that are still being, that are still outward? So like, for instance, this major sewer system repair at $8.5 million. Is it complete as of 2930, or it's still going past these 5 years?
That will continue to happen. So that project will continue. Like mainline repairs, we're constantly, like Rebecca mentioned, there's miles and miles of mainline. So we're constantly doing mainline. What what stops or starts to stop and take a little bit of a break. So when we do a pump station, that pump station will last for quite a while, right? We're not going to go and we get back into the maintaining stage and not rebuilding the entire thing. But mainline, that's something that we try to always have funding in because it's a constant moving target. We're always putting line in, and we're always trying to go back and replace it. So right now we are behind. We haven't done mainline in so long. So at a point it will be it's just getting annual funding every single year.
But to be clear, on this next one that we saw, that Mayor Pro Tem pointed out,
Yes, so we didn't have any, so it stops. So we're not doing mainline at that point. We're focusing on getting our trying to work on our pump station. We do not have enough capacity in this low scenario to do anything else but like one project.
Like a real, I mean, I appreciate, like, what did you say in trying to give us all scenarios, but is that even like a real thing you can do?
I would, so from our staff perspective, this is extremely risky. Like this scenario is very risky. To try to go in and do this, could it be done? Like this is probably, as I explained, doing those, there's consequences in each one. So a pump station is the highest risk, right? Like if we lose one, like houses, everything. Mainline, that's something that we're constantly repairing on. So in this scenario would be the low would be the most likely that we'd be coming back and asking for something, right?
Well, because you basically just stop maintaining it.
Yeah, so you're stopping mainline repairs. You're not doing any more mainline repair, and then that funding is being allocated to just the absolute like dire need. And it's like that's stretched down to that. So yeah, the low is very, very tough for us to even make the numbers work.
Brings us to our fourth scenario for sewer, which is the recommendation by the EU Commission. Again, just to let you know what the cumulative increases, we are getting to the same target at 2930 as an apples to apples comparison. That increases a cumulative percent increase over the 5 years to about 146%. For about $5.50 per month. On average, for the next 5 years, increases each year, around $5.50 each year. Again, that's an average. So let's get into the details of how this changed from, this is based on the mid, with the recommendation of adding a couple projects back from the EU.
All right, so when we presented this to the commission, we got some feedback, and most of that was to move these pump stations up. Since it's so important, the Bright and the mainline sewer repairs, since those are very important, we need to be funding those early on. That's what the recommendation that we got. And we needed the money early on as far as 26, 27, and 27, 28. That's really where we focused on front loading all of this rate. And based on this fourth scenario, we are able to get South done. We're able to do we're able to do two projects, the neighborhood, and we're able to complete Bright. In this same scenario, we're able to do a lot of mainline, and then the mainline also feeds into several other projects, breaking that down. But in this scenario, we are getting a lot of what we need in the front end, and still maintaining a kind of healthy rate. So this is the green is what they really wanted to push forward. So that's what Roberta and the consultant team worked on to try to work out, and that's what we were able to come across. One thing I missed in the last one, so South, that project is one, the lift station, and then there is a wet well that's going in place. So that project was split into two of those, so $7.5 million lift station, and then the rest of it would be later. But this one, we're getting it all done right now.
So getting closer to kind of what are the impacts to your average residential bill. Again, we'll get into some numbers on the next slide, but just comparing them side by side, we thought it'd be helpful for the average residential bill impact for year 1 versus current and by year 5, because we know this is a multi-year increase of double-digit increases. So just understanding the impact of next year doesn't give you the full picture. So we do show these side by side so you can understand the immediate impact, again, from the low of 12% to the high of about 16, 17%, depending on the scenario. But over time, we see a bit of a spread over the scenarios where the low of 52% not getting really those critical projects done up to what the EU is recommending at 63% over the 5 years. So the rate 5 years from now would be 63% higher than it currently is, or the average bill that the resident pays.
I have just a quick question. I think I'm
Yes.
probably missing something. So for the EU in the year 1, it's 16%, but then for the mid, it's 17% in year 1. Why is it higher for number 2 than it is for number 4?
That's a great question. So
Okay.
there's a lot of moving parts here. So as I mentioned earlier, we're using rates, reserves, as well as debt. So there's different assumptions on how much debt will be issued. So we're covering different levels, and we show there on the 3rd row there how much of the debt will be used to fund those projects in the next 5 years. So it's really a package of funding. So the percentage increases do change over time, and they will continue to be slightly different under each scenario if we looked at over 10 years.
So in year 1, though, EU would be lower on ratepayers, but by the time you got to 5 years, it'd be 63% versus 55 if I was just comparing those.
That's right, because of the timing of the projects, either being front-loaded versus in the latter part of the 5 years, how much you're able to increase rates at the beginning of the 5-year period for compounding. So it matters what you do in the immediate year will affect what you get in year 5.
So was the EU concerned about the debt, which is included in scenario 4, lower than the full ask?
Not to my recollection, there wasn't comments on how much debt was being issued. The discussion was more along the lines of what critical projects would we be deferring if we just stuck with the mid capital projects.
One commissioner did ask, could we just issue a lot of debt so we could fund everything? Which is, I mean, yeah, but also not necessarily recommended. So we're trying to strike a good balance between those. If you issue a lot of debt, you have a very large annual payment that must be made every year. If you then have conservation or drought or other things where you've got a half of your revenue coming in based on actual usage, and you don't have that usage, you risk not having enough revenue to pay your debt payment, and that's when you end up having a higher fixed rate, so that so that you can cover your debt, and that just So there was some conversation about that, but we just tried to strike a balance here between an appropriate amount of debt that we thought was reasonable.
Is this amount including the new housing as well?
There are growth assumptions over the next 5-year period.
What is that growth assumption?
I believe it was 1% increase. I don't have that offhand.
Is it a reasonable, because I'm not seeing any housing coming in the next 10 years because of the cost of housing. It's just hard.
This is based on historical trends, looking at actuals. There's a lot of development projects sort of in the hopper for the next few years, but it's really hard to know when those things will really come online if they're not actually building right now. And so we looked at historical increases in accounts on an annual basis and carried that forward in our projection for now.
All right. Anything else? Any other questions?
And keep in mind also this includes multifamily, so it's not just I think maybe you're referring to the cost of single family housing. We have quite a few multifamily projects in the pipeline that are either under construction right now or soon to be.
That's helpful if they're under construction right now and something you can rely on versus something we approved and still have more work ahead to get those approved, and I'd rather not rely on that. only because of the debt being, and the drought. It's been really dry this year. Okay. Do we need to give you thoughts, or how many more slides are there?
This is it. This is it for the
This is
sewer.
it? Okay.
For the
This is just
sewer.
sewer, though.
Because the question always comes up, how do we compare to our neighbors? Roberta did show what your current rates and how they stack up against your neighbors. So we've taken this opportunity to compare all the scenarios for the first year. And the reason we only do it for the first year, which would be effective April 1, 2026, we don't know what the other communities will be doing. Typically, there's inflationary increases at the least in most jurisdictions. They don't hold off and have a drought of no increases of what you're coming off of. So we know they will increase over time. So we didn't compare to the fifth year, but we know that's important piece of the puzzle, is we're not just doing a large increase now with CPI type increases moving forward. So we did show here the current on the far left of the 5488 and each scenario, what that would do to the average bill. And I need to point out again, and I think Roberta mentioned, because I showed the current rate of $10.88. That's just for the collection for what your staff maintains. The Sacramento, the sewer district treatment costs from the Sacramento area sewer district are also included here, which is $44 per month. So that's a pass-through to the ratepayers that is billed by West Sacramento on behalf of the Sacramento area sewer district. So this is a combined bill, so we could compare it to all the other jurisdictions that have both collection and treatment within their costs. So we see a high of the $63.94 per month, with the mid slightly less than that, $63.85 for what's recommended by the EU Commission, and the low at $61.30 and the full ask at $63.77. Again, this is a snapshot of just the next year, and those will change over the next 5 years as well.
So the difference between the EU recommendation and the full ask would be, the key difference is the debt, maybe?
The key difference is the amount of capital projects that have been included in the revenue
That have been
requirement.
included in the revenue, okay. Because I saw more debt in that one, but I'm looking at this chart now and it's kind of different.
Because it's just 1 year and a snapshot.
It's just 1 year and a snapshot.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. All right.
So this is the
Deceiving.
first year, and the first year is a little odd between the four
Yeah, yeah.
scenarios, but when you get to the second through fifth years, they do fall in order that you would expect to see them, where your highest scenario is the high, the full ask, and then, the EU is slightly lower than that, then you've got your mid, and then your low. The first year is wonky, and a lot of it does have to do with debt. Each year of the model, we have to meet our debt requirement. And so depending on how much is issued and what your project costs are that year, and your revenues, likely the reason that these are a little bit wonky the first year just has to do with the debt and the timing of the debt.
In taking into consideration, Jay, the cost, if we incurred more debt, we raised the rates a little higher, the cost of doing the full package of projects now versus later. And I'm still wrapping my head around the full package of costs that the EU was recommending. That, can you go into that again, just to explain that a little bit? Am I making any sense? If you can ask a clarifying question.
Yeah, I would like to clarify. So the full ask are you asking it with debt or with?
Well, because incurring more debt is always stressful for, like, as you mentioned, to our budget. If we don't have the rates, just making sure we cover the cost, it'll cost more for us in our reserve to cover that versus getting a rate that's covering that. But if we waited to get the project done and the cost increases, what is like?
Oh, the trade-off, that would be.
Yeah.
So I want to mention first, when we started this process, we had one scenario. It was the full ask scenario. And that looked really, really bad. And so we said, okay, we need to go back to the drawing board and figure out some other scenarios. So we left that scenario as it was, and we worked really, really hard to fund the projects that were prioritized in the low and the mid scenarios. So what that means is I added a lot more debt in those scenarios. We could add more debt in the full ask scenario and get more done, and probably even have a different scenario that might have slightly lower rates if we added more debt. But I didn't go back and adjust the full ask scenario just because we thought it was not something you would ever go for. If that is something you're interested in looking at, we can revisit the full ask scenario and issue, add more debt and see how low we can get those. But that was really the work we did to develop the mid scenario, the scenario number 2. So that one does have more debt so that we could get more done.
I see.
But there's so many variables and a million different ways to slice and dice things to make them work. So, yeah, if we get good guidance from you on what you want to see done and where you want to see rates, we can do whatever we can to fit within that. There's a lot of ways to do those.
That's very helpful, Roberta. Thank you. And I think that for us to help you decide how to approach this, like the EU Commission did, and they provided, I think, a really good template for a recommendation, provided it covers, I think, for us, taking a look at what are the priority projects, what are the ones that are most critical and need to get taken care of right away, but be reasonable with the rates. I know we're asking for a lot. It's going to require debt to accomplish that, which is what you provided as far as that additional scenario number 2, the mid one. Does anybody have a recommendation on what they want to?
I think they have to do water next.
Yeah, we have to do the water next,
Yeah,
okay.
this is just sewer.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate, as Roberta has stated, yeah, we could issue more debt. However, you are constrained by that debt coverage ratio. So you potentially might do the opposite. If you issue more debt, you might have to raise rates even higher to cover so you can meet that debt coverage ratio.
Right.
So it really was a balance working with Roberta to try and balance the rates with the debt issuance, make sure you can meet your debt covenants. So
Okay. Let's get into water.
yes.
How many slides are there for
And
that?
it's very similar, but we've covered a lot of ground, so I don't have to reorient you with what
right.
we're going to cover. I do just want to lay out how your customers are currently charged. For water, there is a fixed service charge for all customers. It's based on their meter size, how much capacity of the system they need, how much water comes through their meter. They range in size from 5/8 inch up to 10 inch. The 10 inch are for your large industrial customers that need a lot of capacity. Your residents pay the $24.61. They're the smaller meters. In addition, there is a consumption charge, so how much water they actually use. As Rebecca mentioned, that first drop is paid for by that fixed service charge, but then each unit of water is charged $2.43 per unit. And we are not recommending changing the rate structure, just the rates themselves. Similar to wastewater, rates have not been increased since 2021 and costs are increasing. Similar bar chart here, you'll notice there's a bit more debt service, so we were a bit more constrained with how much debt you could issue moving forward. And that's depicted in that solid blue line. But like sewer, we are seeing a great need for capital projects over the next 4-year period. Your current revenues of about $16 million are just covering your O&M and debt service and some capital for this current fiscal year, and will no longer meet your, be able to pay your debt service if revenues are not increased over the next 5-year period, nor fund those capital projects. And we have the same bridging that shortfall of using a combination of rates, reserves, and debt. Very similar here. I'll just quickly go through the scenarios with the master plan is the full ask. They're both about $18 million, $18.6 million per year for water, so a bit higher on the water side. The mid has been reduced by about $6 million, funding about $12.6 million, down to the low, just those crucial ones that need to be done over the next 5 years, $7.8 million. And again, the EU looked at a couple of those projects that were being deferred from the mid and asked to pull those forward. So something in between that mid and that full ask, we'll walk through of what the EU had recommended at $15.3 million per year. So similar graph, starting balance in the fund balance is about $10 million in water. So we can utilize some reserves over the next 5 years and not bear it all on the rates. But again, we'll reach that same target balance by the end of 29-30. We're seeing similar increases in water, just not quite as high what we saw in sewer. 30% this forthcoming year, ending with the 3.7% as you see there. I do have some points of reference here as we go through each one. This is a cumulative increase of 88% for the full ask, which is for your average residential water user about $9.54 per month on average increase each year for the next 5 years. This is a much more extensive list. Hopefully we can get through it quickly.
Yeah, I'll go through this list pretty quickly. So this full ask of 93 million. And why our water list is so big? Why is it so big? Well, we take care of both treating the water and distributing the water. So it's a whole system, right? At the treatment plant. So there's treatment plant projects encompassed in this, and there are distribution projects. So one of those is our reservoirs, like Rebecca mentioned. One of those is our central tank that's in critical need of being realigned. Those usually cost about $3 million. And the most important project that we have on the list is a high service manifold. I consider that kind of like the heart of our water treatment plant. All the water goes through that, and then it goes from there into all the pipes, like arteries, to get to the system. So very important key projects that are loaded up. And also some forward-thinking projects towards the end of the list on the full ask right here is our water treatment plant alternate energy and solar project. So some forward-thinking projects. And then a group of those in the center there from our building and pipe painting, that's at the plant itself, the backwash system, PSIP, that's another project that's further out. So this is kind of, as we work through it, water does have a greater capacity, in the fund, so there is a larger list and we're able to move things around. As we walk through the scenarios, we'll do the same thing. It'll go in yellow, and I'll show you where the money's moving.
So that's a $93 million capital ask. Again, looking at kind of that mid-level, some reduced increases for a cumulative increase of about 52% over the next 5-year period, which is an average of $5.66 per month each year for the next 5 years. And this is where you can see, as we're setting those rates and trying to balance the use of reserves, we do dip below the target for a couple years, but again, we're mindful to stay above that red line. So we didn't dip those increases much less than what we see here, but it's on that upward trajectory there at 29-30 to reach that target, and funds will be available for the next 5-year period. So we'll highlight down to the about $63 million ask.
All right, so for the mid, the annual water system repair project, some of those fundings were moved further. Our tank projects, we're doing less of those, so all our reservoirs, we're lowering some of that. We're still keeping the priority project, such as central tank in there. We're still keeping our high service manifold, our critical projects in there. We did the same exercise with staff. We took that giant north arrow that we had from the master plan, and we prioritized every one of these projects and put them on the list. One of the ones that you'll notice that's being pushed forward, everything in or pushed across is things in yellow. So the water meter replacement project, that currently does have a fund balance of almost $9 million, so we're not adding any more to it. We're just stopping that project, and we're only adding $1 million, and so forth. The list would continue beyond this for the next 10 years or 5 years as well.
Looking at that low, trying to get the immediate impact to ratepayers, you'll notice just a 2% increase for 25-26 for April, so minimizing that immediate impact. But you'll notice still double-digit increases, which is about a 56% cumulative increase. Under the low scenario, just over $6 per month each year.
And on the low on the water, it's a little bit more digestible, and going through this exercise, as we were going through it, we looked at if we could even lower the water more, how much would we gain more on the sewer? And that's one of the questions that we had. We had to drop it like 20 million to get 2 million. It was not doable. So the low for the water, you'll notice a number in red there. The water meter replacement project that has $9 million, would be taking money out of that project to fund other projects because we need those critical infrastructure projects going. That high service manifold, the hardest system that I told you about a second ago, that goes to splitting that into 2 years, which is keeping a system on bypass. And that is estimated to be increased to $14 million. So as we prolong this or try to do this, phase it out, the consequences are they are costing more money. And we'd have to stop the water meter replacement project, which brings in revenue. I mean, that's revenue generating. We have to halt that, take half the money or over half the money out and redistribute it.
Lastly, we'll preview the EU's recommendation. Again, a cumulative increase about 61%. So in between that mid and full ask at about $6.62 on average per month for your residential customers over the next 5-year period. And we'll highlight what projects they asked to add back to the mid, from the mid.
All right, going over this quickly, we still gained, this is from the Commission's recommendations, to add more onto the annual water system replacement project. So we're at $2 million there, and as it increases into the further years, that burn rate is way front loaded. Again, we're able to do central, our critical tank that's in dire need, and high service at the same time. We are able to move some of the other tank projects forward as well. We are able to continue with the plant projects. So this gets us to a point where we can also increase the funding that's already available in the water meter replacement project and keep that going. The green is what the Commission recommended to us, and that's the decisions that we made. And the yellow is still some of the stuff that we had to either cut or move on to future years, but this gave us a very healthy outlook on what we can get done.
So comparing and contrasting again, and you'll see some anomalies where the low has a larger 5-year percent increase of 59% than you see for the mid. Again, that has to do with the timing of the increases, the cumulative nature of those, as well as how much and when debt is issued and when the capital projects occur. But we felt this would be a good indication, not necessarily about the projects that are being contemplated, but the rate impact to your average residential customer that uses about 11 of these units per month. That's the average customer. Looking at the bill impacts to other jurisdictions, again, just looking at this next increase for April 1st of 2026, comparing to the current rates surrounding you. We do see that full ask at $68.62. So a much larger jump. It's about $17.28 per month in this first increase. And then it's decreasing as you look at the EU in between the mid and the full ask at about $11.65 per month, with the mid at $10.06 per month compared to current, and the low at $2.20 above what you're current, trying to reduce that immediate impact to just that 2% increase. Again, this is comparing to other jurisdictions. based on the average water use of 11 units of water. So every customer's bill will differ. Even on a month-to-month basis, we don't use water uniformly. So this is just that average bill. Looking at it combined is what we're showing here. So you can see the impact of both the sewer and the water on the typical bill that a residential customer will see. Again, this is more in line when you look at it collectively with the low on the left side up to the full ask of $131.95. So with that, we do know these are some significant increases, so I'm going to have Roberta discuss some low-income rate assistance program.
Before we jump to that, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead. When I was reviewing the staff report, it mentioned that we could choose 4 different scenarios, but we've been presented technically 8 different scenarios. When we provide feedback, are we mixing and matching, or they stick together, water and sewer, low, mid, high, EU recommendation?
Correct. So we looked at 4 different scenarios as a whole, water and sewer combined. But we have to look at and kind of present them separately because the rate impacts for each are separate. So when we were looking at the 4 scenarios, we were looking at, okay, there's a visceral reaction to double-digit rate increases. So let's do a low looking at 9% per year. What can we get for that, right? But that's the 9% per year on the total bill. So through that, we're looking at all of those assumptions between the 2, water and sewer, but also really trying to prioritize sewer in those, which is why you see much less of an increase proposed in your low scenario for water than you do for sewer, because sewer is such a small annual amount anyway that it looks like really high percentage changes, but that gets $4 a month or whatever that is, right? So we have significant needs on the sewer side, which meant we tried to pour more into sewer, less into water. At the end of the day, you have 4 total bill scenarios that we're going to be asking you to weigh and provide feedback on.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention, though, because I was looking this up, and it's interesting that our 2 scenarios, the middle, number 2, which was our staff recommendation to the EU Commission, and then they're recommended to you, fall right in between Davis and City of Sacramento, which are our 2 sort of most comparable agencies when we look at age of infrastructure, cost, and all of those things as well. I'm going back. Okay. So we do have a low income rate assistance program. The current program aligns with the PG&E Care and the Sac Sewer Lifeline program, so the same income requirements. And in fact, if you come and say, hey, look, I'm on their program, then we just put you on our program. It is funded by a transfer from Measure K. You cannot have some ratepayers subsidize credits or lower rates for other ratepayers. That has to come from a general revenue source, typically general fund. Part of Measure K when it was adopted was to subsidize these types of things, and the council made a decision to use Measure K to subsidize rates for this program. So the program in whole, the LIRA program, is $5 monthly credit, and that is split between $3 for your water bill or water and sewer, and then $2 for the refuse or garbage bill. The utilization's been declining over the past several years. In fact, this past year was the lowest we've seen it, but it has been steadily declining over the last few years. We currently have, and I think it's actually 194 residential customers utilizing our low-income rebate program at an annual cost of only $7,000. So we know that our utilization, so that utilization rate, and I have some data somewhere, is very, very low, and 1.2%. 1.2%. PG&E in the Yolo County area, for example, has a 96% use rate for their eligible ratepayers. And I'm making some assumptions because I don't have anything that says how many people in West Sacramento actually meet our criteria and how many are signed up for PG&E. But I was able to get that based on the certain HUD numbers about income, that about 1.2% of who we would be consider eligible households in our city are signed up for our program. About 96% are signed up for the PG&E program. So I think first, we are certainly doing more outreach. We've come up with a program to get more outreach out to try and increase the utilization of our existing program. But I've also provided information in one of the attachments to your packet that shows what all of these other agencies have as far as low-income credit or rebate programs, so that you can compare ours to theirs. I think ours is a little low compared to others. Some don't have any rebate program. I didn't necessarily compare their rebates to their total bill to see how we compare there, because we have maybe a lower rebate, but we also have a lot lower bill right now. But we do have a program. It is not utilized a lot. For whatever reason, the utilization has been reducing over the past few years, and I think a lot of that may just be that people are not aware of our program. So we would like to do more outreach. Yes?
The source of the our sewer, our low-income rate assistance, is it from Measure K? Or? Okay. And residents in a potential scenario, would they be able to access both the Regional Sanitation Sewer Lifeline Assistance Program and the City of West Sacramento's?
Yes, they cover different pieces. So the sewer lifeline program is a credit against their treatment costs, and our low income rebate assistance program is a credit against your water and then your sewer collection costs. So I believe they would get both. They're both. We have separate rates. We're just passing through their bill, so that we would also pass through any credit that they get from the sewer lifeline program.
You ready for our feedback?
Are you done?
No, I was waiting. Sorry if there were more questions, but I can continue if I'm almost done, really close. So next steps are the goal is to get feedback from you tonight to select a scenario and give us directions so that we can start with the legal notification process. I'll talk a little bit about what that process looks like and what we're really asking from you tonight in just a moment. After we mail Prop 218 notices in January, hopefully, late January, early February, we would have community outreach sessions where we will be there for the community to come talk to us, ask questions. They'll have numbers in hand. We can get their feedback, and those are going to be really good opportunities for us to hear folks out and for them to get information from us to understand more about what these rates are, what they will do, what they go to fund, and impacts of perhaps not doing that. We are also asking to have a protest hearing on March 18th. At that time, that is when we would ask the council to adopt the proposed rates. The new rates with this timeline would be effective April 1st, which would go out, be billed in May, and again, we'd receive our first revenue in June. Before we go on to what the recommended action is, I'd like to just give a little bit, we talk about Prop 218, the Prop 218 process, this legally required process, and I just want to make sure everybody kind of understands what that is. So tonight, we are asking council to select one of those rate scenarios, 1, 2, 3, or 4, and for water and sewer as a whole, to begin the Prop 218 process. The Prop 218 process is essentially a notification because utility costs are related to the property. They're property related. And if you own a property, you're required to have the service. So you don't get to opt out of water service to avoid this rate increase, for example. So because of that, we are required to send a mailed notice that describes all of the details of the rates to every single customer. So the Prop 218 notice or the process sets the maximum rate or the ceiling, the highest that we can raise rates over the next 5 years. We're not asking council tonight to adopt rates. We're asking you to give us the ceiling so that we can start that process, start notifying folks, work with them over the next few months, and come back to council on March 18th to actually hold a protest hearing and adopt rates at that point. The Prop 218 notices are mailed to all property owners. They are required to get those and have 45 days minimum between when we mail those and when we have the protest hearing to give them opportunity to digest and understand what it means. Those notices detail the proposed rates, the basis for calculating those rates, and the protest process, and also gives them the date of the protest hearing. In order for rates not to be adopted, we would need more than 50% of our customers to submit a written protest against the rates. So if more than 50% of affected property owners protest, then we can't adopt rates. If less than 50% protest, then the council may choose to adopt rates. One other piece that has changed this a little bit is AB 2257, which was effective in 2025. That changes so that there's one protest per parcel. No matter how many people live in that home, they would get one protest for that parcel. That's validated via the county assessor records. The agencies must adopt written procedures, which we have. The council approved those at the last meeting. The protest tabulation must be open to the public, and the city is required to provide written responses to every written protest and justification we receive. So that is a new process. Because of that, we're actually giving more than 45 days between the mailing of the Prop 218 notices and the protest hearing. I think it's like 70 days or more. And that's to allow the 45 days for protests to be provided to the city, to allow us time to evaluate those, to respond to those. If there is a justified protest where we've done something wrong with these rates, or somebody brings up a really good thing that maybe we didn't consider, that gives us time to also adjust and make sure that the rates that we're proposing align, right? So, and all of those would be presented to the council at the time we ask you to adopt rates. So all of the protests that we'd receive, all of the justifications, and all of our responses to those would be provided to you at that time. So council has flexibility tonight. Whatever you decide, whatever scenario you direct us to move forward with our notification with, you're not stuck with it. You may always adopt lower rates after we do the Prop 218. You cannot adopt higher rates, but you can adopt lower rates. So the bottom line is tonight authorizes the legally required process. There are no rate changes being approved. We would come back to you in March for the protest hearing and ask you to adopt rates at that time. So that being said, I'd love to open it up for the workshop and feedback and whatever other questions you might have, and then we've got the recommended action posted for you.
Right, I'm going to open it up for public comment first, before I forget. Madam Clerk.
Josh Oken.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Josh Oken, here on behalf of the Sacramento Association of Realtors. We recognize the need to invest in aging water and sewer infrastructure. These systems are essential and the community depends on them. Our concern is how the proposed rate increases, even in the lower scenarios, will affect homeowners who are already feeling financial pressure. We would welcome the chance to work with the city to better understand the impact across different income levels and neighborhoods, and to support more community engagement as options are refined, specifically the rate assistance programs. Our members live and work in this community. They want reliable infrastructure and a path to stable homeownership. We hope to partner with you in finding a path that supports both. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh.
We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Closing the public comment, bringing it back to council for any questions. Councilmember Alcala.
Just, you mentioned that each parcel would get one vote. How many parcels are there in West Sac? You must have already figured that out.
Well, when we're talking about, we've got about 16,000 residential accounts.
So it would have to be 8,000 parcels for the 50%.
Would have to protest, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get that number right.
Yeah. And that's residential. There's also commercial. I don't know how many commercial accounts we have, but 50% of customers would have to
on the multifamily housing, that's still one.
Each unit of the multifamily housing, I believe, would.
Is that how it works?
Huh? No, that doesn't make sense. Jeff, does it? A multifamily would only get one?
One per parcel. So
Okay,
if the multifamily consists of a single parcel, just one.
community outreach that will be done? So say, for example, the Sac Realtor representative who came in to weigh in a little bit on the impact that would have on the homeowners. What does that look like?
Well, we'd be happy to meet with them and understand more. As part of the outreach process, we will be mailing notices. We will be opening up our offices for folks if they want to come in and talk, and we'll be holding these outreach sessions where we talk about what the education, what we're looking at, and answer questions and provide feedback. So they're welcome to attend any of those. As part of that process, we will also have a bill calculator online. We have a dedicated website that's set up for this rate process where all of the information and documents related to any of these meetings or anything we're sending out is available there. We've got Rates 101 video, but all of the information that goes into this process is able to be found there, along with the bill calculator. So once we have a scenario that is that we can use to create a bill calculator that people can go in and take their current bill with their current consumption and put in what that looks like and see what their new bill would be. So there's a lot of options. We also have a dedicated utility rates email address that is being monitored so that anybody with any questions or feedback on the rates or the process throughout this process can reach out to us at any time.
Thank you. And to provide the transparency of making sure that these increased costs will fund these particular projects. How does that look like?
Well, I mean, through our normal budget process, there's not currently a process by which we come and report specifically for water or sewer, the projects or those types of things like we do for tax measures. It's always an option, but it's reported through our budget process, through our audit, our financial reports that you can find online. So there are several processes by which that information is made available, but not one specifically to compare what we've done to what we said we would do for water and sewer currently.
Just making sure that, we do fund projects that we had discussed. And
the council makes the decisions on those. So all of those would come to council for approval during the budget process.
Okay. And in that website, when the people are looking at scenarios, are they also looking at the particular impact if a project's not taken care of because of the lack of funding?
They have the information that is available to you is on the website. So all of the lists of projects, the different scenarios, and those impacts are available out there for them to view as well. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd prefer to give the sticker shock rate so people can actually see, look at, this is going to be how high it could be. You don't weigh in, we are going to set a rate that is going to achieve the goals of fulfilling, getting all the projects completed, and we can take a look at what those options look like. But without and I know the realtors is asking for a more conservative approach, but, I actually was thinking the realtors would appreciate increasing rates only because it protects the value of properties, and you're going to sell a home that is has more quality infrastructure. I would say that this would counter argue. Looking at what we're doing in this infrastructure is going to help maintain safety, public health, and assuring the community for years and 20 years maybe out that investment is going to be safe, rather than a sinkhole or sewage backing into your home or whatever other scenario we've heard tonight, and making sure that all of this is funded properly. That would be my approach.
I think maybe I may have misheard when Josh from the Realtors came up. I thought, at least the impression I received, but again, I could be wrong here, that they want to participate in the process, and so I appreciate the mayor pointing out or asking the question of where there will be opportunities for them to participate and also to better understand and be able to inform both their association, as well as ideally we could also use them as
community education of why these things are happening. And so appreciate them being here. As far as feedback, because I know we have folks waiting for the next thing, mid would definitely be what I would suggest and give feedback to, because I think you also wanted to hear our feedback on this, right?
I do. Wondering for our city attorney really quick, if we ultimately will need a motion and action and everyone to agree on,
Or is this a
form
workshop
agreeing
and
on.
feedback?
Yeah, we will, ultimately, you'll need to let Roberta know which, for water and sewer, which.
You need us to vote, though.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. This is a determination on your part so that we can send the notice out. It is not an action to adopt the rate, but it is adopting the rates that will be distributed via the notice to say to customers, on March 19th, the council will consider adopting fees, and they could be as much as this.
I just want to know,
I don't see
are we
I don't see a
voting?
vote.
Sir?
Request.
As long
I
as we
would
have
say
enough
yes.
folks agreeing, I don't know that we need a
Yeah, I don't
vote.
think we
I think it would be better to go ahead and vote.
Yeah, okay.
Real quick question, Roberta.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Guess we need a vote.
Mayor, real quick
Go ahead.
question.
Yes, Councilman.
I just wanted to, are we sending any kind of notice out with the utility bills?
Well, we can send notice with the utility bills, but we send notices separate from the utility bills as well. So the Prop 218 notifications get sent out separate from the utility bills. We also send information via email for those people who are signed up for paperless. And with the utility bills, there's notes sometimes that can be added to point them to the rates website so that they can get more information. So we will do some of that, but the legal notice will go out separate, mailed to each individual.
My comments real quick. I would definitely be more comfortable with the EU recommendation or the mid-level. I think coming out of this meeting, even if we don't have intention to raise the rates to the max, I think that's going to be really hard to communicate that during this process. And so I feel a lot more confident if we, we're a little bit tighter in the EU recommendation. And I just want to compliment that commission for digging in so deeply and coming back with a recommendation. I think they really did their job. And so I'd be comfortable with their recommendation, but I could agree with the mid as well.
And to be clear, the staff recommendation was the mid, just to make sure I'm keeping up with you guys. It's
Yeah,
been a
the
long
staff
night.
recommendation was the mid, and then the EU Commission asked us to revise that and add some things to it. So they're both highlighted in your packet. The mid would work for us.
The mid would work for you? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I was just going to ask, is that scenario 4?
The EU Commission scenario is scenario 4. The mid scenario is scenario 2.
And your recommendation is, yeah, that'll be helpful. Throw those. Okay. So the mid is your recommendation, and the EU, so it's either or.
I will say the mid was staff's recommendation to the EU Commission.
No takebacks.
They have now said, well, we'd love to add these other priority projects, and every staff person sitting here would say yes, but
That's fine. And the full,
like how you snuck that in.
and the full ask is, so nobody's asking for the full.
The full ask is the ideal scenario. I don't think anyone expected that the council would go for that. We all recognize that it's a big impact. And so I believe that you can stop me if you're wrong, but I believe we said the mid option is a workable option. It is sort of middle range. It gets us our priority projects. It gets the funding for the critical things that we need to do. It sets aside so that we've got funding on an annual basis to do more preventative maintenance and those types of things. And so it is a workable scenario. Nobody's going to complain if you try and give them more money, though. So
I think if I could chime in, just as I'm sitting here listening to the conversation, I appreciate the council's feedback. Hearing consensus and some good points around how we communicate what the ultimate outcome may be. Appreciate, Mayor, that we have a full build scenario that has a cost associated with it. It's not staff's recommendation for all the reasons you heard. But we do appreciate the recognition of the total cost of what the system would be ideally. I also, the vice mayor's comment about communicating that, I think sitting here listening to the discussion, I think staff would be comfortable if there was a balance on those points. The EU recommendation kind of strikes that because it does set a slightly higher amount that is closer to the optimal scenario. But it's not so high that if the council comes in later and says, okay, we're going to set it at a lower rate, that communication point that the vice mayor made is a little bit more. It's not as hard to communicate it to where the rate could be this high, but it could come in at the staff recommendation. If we set it at the full rate, I think you run into that problem where people will assume that that's what you're going to do, and it'll make it a little bit harder to communicate that to the public.
I understand that.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, I think
you'll get the 50%, protest from that. But I do understand that this is, like I said, this is a very complicated process, and that's why my initial question was about the outreach and how that approach is going to be taken. Because I got a text right now that this should have been its own workshop meeting in itself, because this is very long. And it's late, and there's a lot more we could have covered. We sort of rushed through your water presentation just to get through this. But in knowing, and I don't know if your rates for the number for your original was published, but it makes sense that you made these modifications, given it, and you probably made them looking at the other comps analysis as well. So it's reasonable that we fall in that range. Explaining that to the public, I don't know if they take it in. I don't know if they'd even care. They're all going to care about their bottom line, and that's it. I mean, and how we help. Whether or not we're going to ask them to save water. If you want to reduce your rates, lower your water bill. But you have control over that. But at the same time, we're estimating based on usage today. So I love I appreciate we're going to be able to try to communicate as much as we can, but it's not going to be an easy task. And we're going to have to. My thing is we're going to have to take care of these projects, and we're going to have to move forward, and it's going to be expensive, to take care of it. If there's other scenarios, like any other funding sources to cover it other than the bond, that we have the bond, I'm open to that as in future budget discussions.
Well, we already look at those now, so we're certainly looking for grants. There are some things available for certain types of projects, but not for the main normal everyday sort of repair and replacement type things. But for water supply and some of the more innovative things, there are certainly grants, and we're looking at those as well. We also, in the assumptions for debt, looked at a 30-year bond at 5% or whatever the current rate is. There are programs like the WIFIA and the State Revolving Fund Loan Program that provide low-income financing. So to the extent that we're able to find lower-income financing than a bond, then that'll allow the funds to go further, and we can get more done as well.
And Mayor, I just want to finish my point there. Listening to the discussion, my point was that the EU Commission recommendation seems to strike the most balance between the discussion thus far and each council member's points and preferences for where the rates could be set.
Yeah, no, that's good. Okay. Do you have enough information?
I've heard 3 different things from 3 different people, so I definitely need a motion.
Would you? Okay, but first, do you have enough information? I mean, I appreciate we do need a motion.
I mean, once there's a motion on a scenario that is adopted, I will absolutely, and I do, yes, I appreciate all of the information that you provided. As far as which scenario we will move forward with a notification with, I'm not entirely clear yet, and so I will wait for your motion.
On what we decided here. All right. With that, there's a motion that somebody would like to provide. Are you clear on what the motion is?
No.
Okay. Council, would you provide some direction on the motion? Because I think we're pulling this together based on the presentation.
Roberta, would you prefer that they do it sewer and then water rather than?
No,
both of them
I
together?
want one scenario that is a whole. So I would love a motion that that the council directs staff to move forward with the Proposition 218 legal notification process utilizing scenario number, fill in the blank.
Okay.
Again, I know it should be clear, but just to reiterate it once more.
As the ceiling, yes.
Yes, we're adopting a ceiling of what the rates could be. We are not setting rates with this tonight. It allows us to proceed with the 218 election with that cap.
I'm just tired. I'm clear.
Okay.
So real quick, Councilmember Roscoe, do you have any comments?
Yeah,
Or do you have any-
I was curious.
Okay.
It looks like
I don't
on the
want to jump to
table, what we
motion.
have here is the mayor says full throttle, pull off the Band-Aid, we have to just present to the.
Well, they don't want that. It's the optics of the full throttle that they don't want to throw out there.
Well, wait, we're setting the policy here
Right.
as a council.
I
So I
agree.
just want to put that
Totally.
out there.
Yeah.
And then you have other council members say, well, I appreciate the EU Commission. Councilmember Alcala,
yeah.
do you have a thought as to your position with respect to the options?
I thought option, not option, what is scenario 4? Was inappropriate, yeah. I thought it would just sort of balance out everything. I
think so too.
I was hoping your recommendation, staff recommendation mid, because I know there are a lot of people that are very concerned. Times are tough right now, and for some people, it may not seem like a lot, you know, say a $10 as opposed to $5. But some people are going to have a tough time with that. We may not. We may not even be sensitive to that. But when you talk with people out there.
Oh, we're all going to get hit. Don't worry. All of us are going to get hit.
I know that, Mayor. I guess what I'm trying to say is some of us can buffer it a lot more than others.
I mean, my entire life is dedicated to working with vulnerable communities who live in poverty, so I'm definitely sensitive to it.
I think we're going to be seeing the impact of what's happening at the federal level between food and water. I mean, I don't know. This is going to be rough in the coming years.
And the next 2 years are going to be horrific for people living in these kinds of situations where $1, $2, $5 makes a huge difference. So I don't take this lightly at all.
Which is, I think, we have to get the projects done. I also want to add that this will provide jobs, local job, opportunities. I'm not going to just take a look at it as rate increases, but it'll provide jobs. And this is a time when we see a tough economy, people struggling, historically. This is an opportunity that provides local jobs and opportunities for people that are struggling.
So, as a daughter of a person who lives on a fixed income in a mobile home park, we suffer through this scenario a lot more frequently than we wish. And the, proposal of a $6 increase anywhere means that that's one fewer item on a Walmart order that is going to get delivered to the house. So this whole conversation, it took me a long time to get up here with a straight face and be able to digest that this could have a tremendous impact on certain folks. And I mean, this is not just an inconvenience to some people, it's a severe hardship. And so when I stand up, or when I sit up here and I speak, I am absorbing, and I appreciate this lengthy discussion, because this is a very, very lengthy and complicated set of scenarios. And I appreciate all of the hard work that the entire team has put on in bringing the PVC pipe scenario over here for us to acknowledge. It's our responsibility as a council to make these hard decisions. Our responsibility is obviously to make sure that our infrastructure is safe and reliable, and that we have to meet these federal standards, and unfunded liabilities that get turned to us as a municipality to meet these standards, and we don't have the money to do that. So we're having this conversation, which in lots of scenarios, I'm thinking, gosh, none of them. I don't want any of them. I don't want to raise any increase, any sewer rate increase, or I don't want water, but we have to. Okay. Now, obviously, the EU Commission's recommendation matters to me, because we have selected the experts of our community who have stepped forward to become educated to give us a recommendation. So I respect that highly. I do not dismiss those types of recommendations. I respect my colleagues and their positions as well. My concern, and just an addition, is that I'm highly sensitive to people in our community who are experiencing financial hardship, and I do not want this to be falling on their shoulders disproportionately. We as a city need to raise up and make sure that our infrastructure is up to par and that it is safe, effective, and modern, so that way we can sustain the operations of our city. That is our job. But if in hearing the presentation about how many people actually utilize the rate assistance program, I feel we can do a little bit better there. Because again, for those people who have reached out to us and said, I'm a senior and you want to, the rates for the pass is going to really make a difference as to whether or not I'm going to participate or not. We think about these things. And so I'm refreshed to hear that we are following the guidelines of PG&E and what we're doing at Regional Sand. By the way, that is one thing I argue about every single time it comes up, is our sewer lifeline assistance program, and making sure that West Sacramentans have the benefit of that program, because they use PG&E as they use SMUD to determine who it is that needs we don't have SMUD here. For better or for worse, we don't have SMUD here. So, to make sure that West Sacramento is covered and that we're getting the attention that we need. In this particular case, I just feel like, the transparency, the outreach, again, I appreciate the way that this is being structured, not only that it's being implemented, but that it's being structured in a particular way. But in appreciating what happens if we don't do this, knowing how the funds can be used, because Measure O cannot be used for this type of thing. And I mean, it is very, very structured. And that, even as I know, we've been trying to avoid rising costs in Regional Sanitation Board for a long time. And even they are getting implemented because the cost of chlorine, the cost of maintaining the operations is different now. So, for the sake of regulatory compliance and all the expenses we face with these upcoming projects, I say if we are to go on the higher end as proposed or as supported by some of our council, that would only mean that we would pay a lot more attention to who it is that we get to help through that increase as well, knowing that it's not free. But I just want to ensure that our lowest income residents have a safety net.
Are you proposing a change to the program?
Roberta, I'll try to take that one. So I think one of the advantages of the EU Commission proposal compared to staff's proposal, this is something we'll need to evaluate further, because obviously we're sensitive to the issue you just raised. It's the reason we have the program in the first place, why we're looking at revamping it as we do these increases. But one of the advantages of the EU Commission option is it does create more revenue. If you, to the extent you increase the amount of subsidies for low-income households, there's a gap in the finance system for the program, and that money has to come from somewhere to still deliver the amount of projects you would like to do. So having more revenue coming into the program potentially offsets some of the subsidies that could be offered for the households that you're speaking of. Otherwise, that money has to come from other sources, general fund sources, tax measure like Measure K. And Bert will be the first person to tell you there's not a lot of capacity in those sources right now. So that's something we'll definitely look at. When we come back to actually set rates, we can bring more information about what a revised program could look like.
There is a scenario, however, we ultimately will have a rate assistance program, even if we did the mid-tier.
The rate assistance program exists and will continue to exist regardless of the scenario, correct?
And what I'm hearing, though, is that the capacity for rate assistance would be expanded if we had the capacity with the EU Commission's recommendation.
Yeah, there are two ways you can fund this type of program. One is through a transfer, a subsidy from your general fund or Measure K, and the other is through essentially doing fewer projects. right? So I think what the city manager is saying is by going with the higher rate scenario, the EU scenario number 4, if it gives you more revenue coming in, and the council could then decide to use some of that revenue to basically, you would do fewer projects. You could do fewer projects and use some of that revenue to offset that without having to increase a subsidy from another source. So depending on what that program looks like, we do less with the revenue that we're bringing in, or we subsidize from another source, and there either way could fund a program like that. I think he's saying you'd have more options with that higher, the number 4 scenario.
I mean, the program exists regardless. We're going to fund it regardless. I think what we saw and we heard, though, again, is that potentially not enough people know about it. I mean, like at a very, very basic level, right? Like, I think you said we're spending like $7,000 a year.
It's gone down every year. This is definitely the lowest that I've seen.
There's a mismatch. Yeah, that programs don't work like that. But I think we need
But it's also a function of who actually can take advantage of it. Just to be clear, right now it's only available for flat rate payers. Is that correct?
No, it's available for everybody. So it is available for everyone. That was my understanding at first, and that as we were implementing meters and moving people off of a flat rate program, that was naturally the utilization was going down. But it is available for everybody, regardless of whether they're on a flat rate or a metered rate. What happens is, oftentimes they're tenants. When a tenant leaves and a new tenant comes in, that credit goes away because the new tenant would have to come in and apply and qualify. As homes sell and somebody else comes in, it's just that naturally these transitions happen. And I think that the program is not well known enough that the new folks are not coming in and applying for it. So I think that is certainly one problem, is that there's just not enough people aware of it.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this, but there's obviously an underutilization of the program. More utilization means more cost. Whether the money comes from less projects or a subsidy from another fund, it has to come from somewhere. The point I was making is the higher option allows more flexibility in terms of what choices you have ultimately in setting rates and deciding on where the money comes from to subsidize that program.
Back to the attorney. I do now feel like I've gotten sufficient direction, but do we still want them to take a motion? Make a motion?
If you feel that you have sufficient direction to pick one of the scenarios and send out the notice?
I do.
I'll just state here the direction we think we're getting, and it would be helpful if we can confirm this.
Man, y'all are killing me
and
tonight.
the recommendation I would make is to set the Prop 218 notice with the EU recommendation rates.
I'll second that motion.
So it would be nice to have the council sort of
We've
confirm
just
that.
elected Aaron Laurel to be a council member here.
Just to clarify, that is my recommendation, listening to the council's discussion in terms of the consensus. But it would be nice for us to be able to confirm that before we go out.
I would still prefer that there be a motion to second it.
I'm going to make a motion.
Go for it.
Okay, but this is for scenario 2, the mid that staff recommended.
Not the EU?
No,
I thought you said the EU.
I was going to, but I started thinking about all the people that have been struggling, many people that have spoken with me. So I'm going to make the recommendation.
Okay, so I'm gonna offer some clarity, at least for me. You are gonna send out a notice. If potentially we said the EU, okay? We would have the option when we came back, when we're doing the rates, that we could either go with the EU or we could go one lower, right? Now, if we go with mid, and I'm right there with you, Councilmember Akala, if we go with mid, there is no EU option because we've now capped our high. And so with that clarity, I would make a friendly that we do the EU, and then that allows us to go out, get some more feedback, right? hear from others, and then we at least have the option to go down to mid, is what I would say.
Okay, so it's sort of like the top priority.
Right.
If we go with the EU.
Yeah.
Okay,
But then we'll have
I'll
the option
accept-
when we come back.
Right, okay. Well, I'll go ahead then and withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Go with the
I'll
EU.
Yeah.
I'll second the EU.
Okay, yep, I'm making the motion for the EU. I got a second. Are we, Jeff, did we do this right?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Madam Clerk, Councilmember Early moved for the EU, and Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ocala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye, thank you. Thank you, team. Go forth and work very hard to get us some more answers.
Thank you.
What happens with our prop? Where does that go?
It's to your backyard.
Ask Rebecca on that. Yeah, it was a really good idea. I have no idea.
For the holidays.
It said 748 gallons, and I know like that's a lot. I know what a gallon is, but until you see it, you really have no idea. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, under regular agenda, item 11, in the Police Department is a workshop in consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding between the City of West Sacramento and the Washington Unified School District for a school resource officer position. Chief Strange. Your mic is off.
Mic is off.
Your mic is off. Your
Mic is off. Can't hear you.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
It's after 11 already, so out of respect to time, we're going to try to do our best to move through the presentation part of this quickly, but still with the ability to get the questions answered we need and the input we need. I think tonight's meeting has shown that there's really a lot to be grateful for here, including those that stand with us as staff that work really hard and that stand for the type of order that makes for productive discourse. And so I really appreciate each of you for where you stand in that, and I think it needed to be said. So before you is the ability to have a workshop tonight to consider entering into an MOU for a 5-year agreement with the Washington Unified School District, where we share costs for a single SRO, school resource officer, for the high schools in the district. I would like to describe it more as a pilot program. We have had an SRO program before. In the early summer of 2020, that program was discontinued by a vote of the Washington Unified School District. There's a lot going on at that time in all of our lives. But now we stand ready with a lot of work done by Washington Unified to survey their families, their students, their staff, and to get input even more broadly through community education sessions about what a school resource officer program could look like, how it can be a complement to a lot of the safety and security measures and community building measures that the school district already has in place, and really something that would complement the outreach that the police department does and what we're trying to achieve in community building, community trust building, and just the types of relationships we can have that meet students and others at critical points in their life and their development in ways that hopefully we can honor the duty we have to help and to serve. So with that, and to give a presentation on what led the school district to this move, a move that they codified very deliberately about a year ago in a letter of intent to actually pursue this and to request that we consider cost sharing in this arrangement. We have Dr. Jay Burns, the Director of Special Programs and Student Services, nearly 30 years in public education. Jason Johnson, the owner of Campus Safety Consultations, also nearly 30 years in policing with expertise and a lot of experience in youth and school resource officer programs. So with that, I will let the gentleman take it away.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, esteemed council members. I'd like to take you through some information that we provided to the community as part of our efforts to outreach to the community, solicit feedback, to help shape the program. Now, I began working with Washington Unified School District about 2 years ago on a number of safety measures, and then part of this came up with this discussion of reinvigorating the school resource officer program based on my prior experiences. So I'm going to see if I can find the right button. Nope. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit on this information for the sake of time and just give a little background to my pathway is that I spent about 28 years in law enforcement, retired from Vacaville. My last assignment was supervising the school resource program for Vacaville. This is a program that's been around since the mid-1970s, very robust, with officers, mental health clinicians, master social workers, program that's been around a long time. And I stood on the shoulders of giants that came before me that built a great program. And with that, I was asked to lend some of the expertise when it comes to best practices in this field as we move forward for this. Now, you may be wondering, why am I hugging a good-looking student? That student is my daughter that was seeing me off just days before I retired. I don't go around hugging young teenage students. But that assignment for me was transformative. Not only was it good for me from a career perspective because I got to see society in a way that was totally different from any other function that I had in law enforcement. And as much as we look at what is the impact of a school resource officer on a program or a site, I like to also think of it as what is the impact of that program on the officer that then goes and works into other assignments in the city. It is a transformative assignment for the good. And so as we looked at this, we wanted to make sure that our program was in line with our strategic plan, our LCAP plan. And so in doing so, we looked at a couple of pillars. And Pillar D was essentially we're looking at how is it that we can make a safe and welcoming environment for our staff and students with uniform standards of conduct that are fair, equitable, they're restorative, and they eliminate those disproportionalities by student group. Another aspect we look at was Pillar D, which was, hey, schools can't do it alone. We need to rely on community partnerships, those community entities that align with our values. And so part of that was looking at the school resource officer program as one of those community partners that can further our goals as a district. And so these are the priorities that in discussions between Washington Unified School District and West Sac Police Department that we looked at, what are our goals? Now, granted, I come to this and I say, hey, these are some of the industry best practices. These are some experiences that I had, what worked, what didn't. But this was really an opportunity for us to come together and decide, well, let's make this the West Sacramento way. How is it that we can shape this program that is best for this community, not what worked well for another community? Because what works well or doesn't work well may not work best for this. So this is our opportunity to shape the West Sacramento way. So we sought our community feedback. We sent out surveys to our school community to hear what they had to say about what was important to them. And so when we got feedback from them, they were able to make several selections, and it was broken down as to what are the desired roles of a school resource officer program. And you can read through the entire list. A couple of the highlights were, hey, really high was physical security and emergency procedures. Threat assessment, prevention. Unfortunately, we live in a world where that is an important thing we have to examine. But really high also is building positive relationships. I can tell you from my experience, the single most important factor in a school resource program is effective relationship building, because that is a foundation upon which everything else is built. If they don't trust you, they don't call you. And so that relationship is super important. What we also heard from our community was, what current issue in the school do you think a school resource officer can address? And everything from violence and conflict, safety, behavioral problems, positive interactions in education, as well as parental and social issue. Again, this is what's coming from our community to us as we solicit that information. So some of the most important factors when implementing a program from our community was safety and security, student interaction, clear expectations and consequences, as well as training and support. Super big issue, equity and fairness, as well as the financial resources that are going to be committed to this project. And so through this engagement, what we found is there was some strong support for the program. Lots of people felt that it was a good idea. They wanted to improve safety, deter crime, act as a positive role model and mentor for our students. But also there was concerns. Hey, are those officers going to have the requisite training to deal with students with maybe have disabilities they're dealing with, whether it's students of color? We want to make sure that we're not having disproportionate outcomes. So how are we having these equitable solutions? And so in summary, we felt that there was strong support for it, but also cautious advice as to ensuring that the individual who's going to fill this role is properly vetted, trained, to meet the standards that we want for our educational setting. So when we look at what an effective SRO program looks like, hey, what are the goals that we want to have? It's enhance our school safety. When we come to educational outcomes, if we don't have a safe school setting, it's a barrier to success for our students. And so we want to provide that environment that allows them to thrive and succeed. Obviously, again, I'm restating this, but the importance of this can't be understated, is building positive relationships. This is super important. It isn't just positive relationships with students, it's also with staff. That's a big part of our job. And we want to support through education and prevention efforts, address behavioral issues where appropriate. Now, let me touch on that for a moment. As law enforcement, when it comes to addressing behavioral issues where appropriate, it's through that relationship building process. It is that I have an established relationship with a student, that I can have a positive outcome before it becomes an issue that needs further corrective action. And then the collaboration with the partners is super important. So when we look at the SRO core attributes, I'm not going to read them off. What I'm looking for is an individual who has strong emotional intelligence skills, the ability to communicate well with their community, not just students, but staff, parents, community members, administrators, people of all levels, whether it's high-placed administrative officials down to the student. I want an individual that has very strong relationship-building capabilities, that is trustworthy and can be trusted in the educational environment. Now, when we look at to address the concerns of the community of saying, hey, what kind of training is the SRO receiving? Here's a list of the training points that they're required to go through as the basic SRO course. And so I'm going to touch on a few of them. It's adolescent brain development, supporting students with disabilities. It is trauma-informed practices, human trafficking, mental health, suicide, and substance abuse, emergency planning, how to deal with external threats and threats from within, as well as de-escalation, and then developing and supporting successful relationships with diverse students. So I've shared these slides with you guys. If you want to take further look at the course content, feel free to grab that QR code, and then you can look a little bit further. It's from the National Association of School Resource Officers. So one of the big questions is, okay, what are the SROs not doing? In an ideal program, our SROs have a clear delineation between criminal offenses and school administration and discipline. So for example, we're not, as a school resource officer, taking any role in enforcing school discipline. That is a clear delineation. That's a role for the administrator and school staff to do. We're also not acting as an administrator or counselor. We're not working on schedules. We're not grading papers, anything of the sort. We're also not involved in routine class management. So in other words, a teacher stepping out to use the restroom is not going to call an SRO to come in and manage the classroom in their absence for those 10 or 15 minutes. We're also not looking to make arrests or citations for minor infractions. We feel that those can best be served by administrative actions versus we want them to focus on more serious threats or serious crimes. We're also not involved in immigration enforcement activity. By California law, the California Values Act, SB 54, that prohibits that. The state has gone a little bit further and is now requiring schools, as part of their safety planning, to have immigration customs enforcement notification in the event there's enforcement activities on or near our campuses, and not to provide information absent warrant or judicial order. More information with that on that QR code if you like. What we want them to do is we want them involved in safety and law enforcement, include patrolling grounds, looking for suspicious activity, responding to unfolding events like fights or threats to our students and staff members. We want them responding to major emergencies. Oftentimes in the school resource program, we think of them as internally looking inwards to just our students and our staff in that law enforcement potential environment, but oftentimes they're a great buffer between those who are off our campus who desire to come onto campus and be a harm to our staff and students. So that visual presence is what we want as well. We want them involved in education and training and mentorship. Any opportunity that an officer can get in front of students or staff members to provide safety training or training that is valuable for them, whether it's digital citizenship, you name it, drug safety, we want them to have that informal interaction with our students. Also mentorship and relationship building, as well as being a liaison. Law enforcement brings information and tool sets that the educational environment doesn't have, and vice versa. It's being that liaison for when those services are needed. So for a common example is a student is expressing desire to harm self. Now that desire becomes aware through our monitoring systems, because maybe they did this on a school computer and we get an alert, but it's after hours. Having that positive liaison role between the school and law enforcement, somebody that is trusted and vetted to go and help that student through that moment of crisis, is a great resource versus rolling the dice and seeing what patrol officer you get. When we get onto an airplane, I like to say we can't pick the pilot, but if we could, it's nice in the school environment to know and trust that SRO is going to handle the situation with delicacy and empathy. Okay. So a common example that happens all the time is you have two students that are fighting, and the SRO may decide to intervene. They may not, depending on the severity of the situation. And what's really common is to have an interaction with the administrator and decide what is the best path forward. The vast majority of the time, such a fight is best handled with administrative discipline and/or restorative justice sessions. Restorative practices versus getting involved with a citation or arrest or something like that. We want that clear delineation between the roles of the officer and administration. There's some information from Yolo County juvenile probation just on how juvenile justice cases are handled from a countywide level, if you have any concerns. In a nutshell, they have a very robust diversion program which is designed to divert cases from a criminal nature from seeing a courtroom by using diversion efforts to prevent that case from ever seeing a courtroom. In addition to how Yolo County handles it, West Sac PD also has their own diversion program, which is a layer before it even reaches juvenile probation. More information if you'd like to take a look at how those things are handled. Okay, when it comes to a timeline, I don't know if Jay wants to weigh in on this, but obviously part of our concerns are staffing levels of the police department, make sure they're adequate enough to meet our basic needs for our community first. We have to prioritize those core functions, and we would like to implement those services as soon as possible, and that's where you come in. So in addition to looking at an SRO program, we've done a lot of measures to improve our safety in our schools, to include physical measures from facilities, cameras, things like that, to updating our procedures, to staff training. This is just one layer of many when it comes to overall school safety, in addition to the SRO program. Sorry. Okay. I'm happy to field any questions you may have. I wanted to just clarify that I'm happy to answer questions when it comes to best practices. My experiences with Washington Unified have been fantastic. I can't speak on behalf of the police department, nor can I speak on behalf of the district. So any questions you have, we're happy to help you out with that.
Councilmember Alcala?
Just one question. How do you select the officers that are going to be the SROs?
You want to press that and we'll talk about that.
You know, the work for more than a year on this and just the work we have been doing has built up really strong collaborative between the police department and the school district leadership staff. So that was something that was out of the gate. One of the expressed interests from the school districts is making sure that they had a voice and a presence in the process and the selection, their ability to influence that selection. Ultimately, that selection will rest with the police department, but it's going to be with the inclusion of a lot of input from the school district staff that really are going to be their day-to-day partners.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. All right. I'll open it up for public comment, Madam.
David Jans.
I'll be brief, 3 minutes brief. I thank you all for your patience and for what you do and what you've endured. It's not lost on me. I appreciate it, all of you, very much for what you're doing for our community. I had a lot of talking points, but I think a lot of them were covered, so forgive me if I'm a little bit jumbled around, but my name is David Jans. For those who know me in the community, they call me Dave. I've been in here, chose West Sacramento over 25 years ago to start a family, and we've raised both of our children through the West Sacramento Unified, or the Washington Unified School District. I served as a professional firefighter for many years until I was injured, so I have worked side by side with police and embedded with tactical EMS. So I've seen a lot of great work that police have done in their communities. I continue to volunteer with the Servant Heart. I volunteer as a coach, a board member, and as a Parks Commissioner. It's just ingrained in me. I'm passionate about the school resource officers since learning about their removal in 2020 when schools were closed. So there was no input from parents, no input from students, only to find out when we returned that they were gone. As Chief Strange mentioned, there was a lot going on at that time, and so they just kind of disappeared. I think right now we have an opportunity to pioneer, reinvent, and redo this SRO program in the right way with the data that was just provided. We have a lot of information now from students who support this, and the impact that SROs can have on students and change their lives or their paths, or even promote career paths into public service, such as police officers, firefighters, things like that. I think there's a lot of positive outcome that can come from this. This doesn't have to be, this could be a non-binary approach. It doesn't have to be either or. It could be a combination of mental health, counseling, and campus, as well as school resource officers for safety and protection. So I respectfully ask that the MOU get approved, which includes the training. We have over 70% of our students don't feel safe at our schools based on the data that was in your agenda to some degree or another. And 68% of them want help from an SRO in an emergency crisis. And I can't speak to the shoes that other people wear. I can only speak to the ones that I wear, but I can speak as a father who loves their children and as a parent that I would do anything to protect them. And I think the addition of a school resource officer would help do that in our most nightmarish scenario possible that we could imagine. A school resource officer is going to be there to help and then do all the other positive things that we mentioned for the students. And just quickly, I want to thank this handsomely uniformed officer over here for keeping our elected officials safe, our city staff members safe, and our community safe in this room while we discuss whether or not we should do the same for our children in our schools. So thank you.
Kobe Pizzotti?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members and staff. It's weird being on this side of the podium. It's been over 10 years since I've been here. I wanted to thank you basically just for bringing this MOU forward and the staff's recommendation to approve it. This has been a long time coming, and we've done a lot of work in the process. It's been a very deliberative process where we have reached out to our community. We started discussions probably 3.5 to 4 years now, back with the 2x2 when I was on the school board. And we kept bringing it back, having slow incremental discussions until finally we decided as a school district that we needed to have more outward conversations before our community. And we started having, just on a process level, we had it agendized on our school board agenda meetings. And we allowed people to come and make their public comments. We allowed presentations, or we actually had presentations from consultants, from actually Dr. Burns. We heard about some of the stats and the statistics. And I don't want to get too deep into the weeds. The safety on our campuses is paramount to, I think, all of us and our families and our communities. And as a school board member, one of the things that I heard the most, that wasn't one of the things, it was actually the thing I heard the most since the school resource officers went away, was, what are you doing to get them back? And I noticed that the last 3 years, post-COVID, when I was on the board, the number one topic was SROs and how do we get them back? How do we get the number one conveyance at the correspondence was, how do we get them back? How do we get them back? And I'm glad we have our trustees in the room tonight, because they would probably say the same thing, that that's still the number one topic on how do we get them back? And so I'm really thankful for the board, or for the council, And I just want to express my appreciation that you're bringing this forward tonight. And I would respectfully request that you guys uphold the staff or adopt the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Rhonda Pope Flores.
Hi. I wasn't going to speak on this, and then I thought it's important to talk about. After COVID, we got a bunch of different set of kids. Even I noticed that with my own kids. You do have to deal with them differently. They're traumatized. They're, just a whole different set of rules with the way you deal with them. So I think this would be great. I would just caution to make sure that it's done very strategically in a way that that remains looking like resources and not enforcement. You have a community that went through an injunction and gangs and stereotyping, and so I saw that's the reason why I wanted to speak, because I saw the word gangs jump out in the document, and it may have been a comment. It may not have been any of the documents, but that just triggered me to want to talk about that. You had like the war on drugs that started out as a good initiative, and then it ended up incarcerating all your brown people and your black people. And that was, while well-intended, was a not a good consequence that resulted of it. So I think it's important that if we move this direction, that it truly is done with the mindset of mental health, including working also. I would recommend having some type of either outreach committee or a parent board or something that is tied to this. That's it. Oh, and, well, sorry, one other thing. So I was looking at the budget line items. You guys don't need a new car. You guys don't need new cars. You need the proper training to cope with this set of kids that you're about to start working with. So I would invest in mental health and in training to deal with these kids, post-COVID kids. Thank you.
Maria Grijalba.
Maria Grijalva, I think that we could use the resources in a better way by hiring more staff. I think SRO officer can be intimidating to students, especially to brown students, because in Riverbank in particular, we have experienced discrimination and racism, and so for that reason, I don't agree. I think we should have more yard duty and tutors, actually. And credibility is important, and so there is one important thing that the public and you guys need to know is that recently in September, Director Jay Burns was instrumental in calling the police on one of the parents, a very active parent, Maria Garcia, and so he also filed a restraining order without due process on Maria Garcia, on a very active parent. And so in that report that he gave, he said that she was running around campus and they had to shut down the campus. And that, that was a false report. So credibility is important, and I think that it's important that the public know this information. And so anyway, I don't agree. I think we should hire more yard duty folks to help students. And so thank you for this opportunity.
We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
All right, closing the public comment, bringing it back to council. Any comments, questions among council members? Oh, sure, go ahead, Councilmember Early.
Hi. Hey, Chief, how you doing?
Doing all right.
You're going to need to raise it just a little bit. I have a few questions about Vacaville that I would love to get answered. A few questions about data that would, I think, be helpful. And then would love we've had conversations just about level setting, just so we know what success looks like. Okay, Vacaville. I am somewhat familiar with their program and the success. Can you describe just a little bit for us how many SROs they have there, like what the picture looks like? Because you described mental health resources, you described counselors, and I'm assuming psychologists. And so give me a full picture.
Sure. I will say that Vacaville has had the benefit of decades of time to build the program. It started with some grant funding from an African-American police officer in Vacaville, and who's since has a school named after her. Quite a famous educator. The program consists of a sergeant or supervisor, and it has 4 sworn officers. You have an officer at 2 of the main high schools, Wilsey Wood and Vaca High, and then an officer at each of the 2 primary middle schools leading to those high schools. Total of 4 officers. With that, we have 2 mental health clinicians that provide supervision for mental health clinical interns. They typically run between 15 and 20 clinical interns that are providing supportive services for our students that typically cannot be served by the school psychologists, mental health clinicians whose primary caseload is for students with an IEP or disabilities. So those clinical interns are getting the hours to support their licensure. In addition to that, we had a master social worker that would help oversee the diversion cases that would be processed through the program. And just like West Sac, Vacaville handles the criminal referrals in its own internal diversion program before it ever gets referred to Solano County Juvenile Probation. So we track all the data as far as the actions that were taken, just to have a baseline of data as far as what the trends were, so we could maybe provide some additional information as to what's causing that. Our ultimate goal in the police department, especially when it comes to the school resource program, we like to say that if we make 0 enforcement actions, then as long as it's warranted, then that's a great year for us. Our goal is always to intervene at the lowest level possible before intervention is required.
So for SROs, it sounds like a psychologist, potentially even a MFT or something along those lines, who is overseeing counselors underneath them. Do you remember roughly how many students that was for the 4 officers? Because you had 2 you said you had 2 at the high school, 2 high schools, and then you had 2 at your lower level, so like middle school, elementary. Did I get that right?
Yeah, so we had a total of 4 officers and 1 sergeant. So
5. Okay.
Yeah, a total of 5. And if I think I understand your question, like, for example, Vacaville High, 2,100 students, Wilsey Wood, 1,700-ish. And then the middle schools, I actually can't think of the numbers off the top of my head for them. But as far as, I don't know if you were asking about how many students are we having on a diversion caseload?
Nope. I was just trying to figure out, because I appreciate the fact that your SROs are working on diversion cases as well. But really, to your point, the vision is that they're really supporting all the students, right? And so I was just curious regarding like what that looks like in general, what the ratio looks like. And what I'm hearing is, I think our high school, at least River City, has roughly right now 2,300 students, give or take, can have up to 2,500 students. And then overall, I think across all of our school district, I think you have roughly like 7,200 students altogether.
I like numbers.
You know, when it comes to that ratio, from my experience, you know, one officer at a comprehensive secondary site of that size has been very successful.
Okay.
Again, keep in mind that their primary role is not taking enforcement on criminal things. That's largely an administrative role that can be solved at that level. It's there to be a presence to deter criminal activity, to be a close response for major emergencies, things like that. They can be busy, but it's not an overwhelming task.
Got it. And the model, at least that you sort of lifted up, and again, I'm familiar with the model and really love what they've done around their mental health and having the clinical students there. It sounds like you have 5 there across campus, across all the campuses.
5
SROs, sergeant, and others.
For the entire district. Yeah, 5 sworn.
2 for the high schools.
Correct. 2 for awesome. 2 high schools.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Dr. Burns, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure, go for it.
Could you maybe take us, well, actually, before I leave this, only because it's fresh. No. For you, Dr. Burns, what does our mental health approach look like, right?
Right. So we have 8 social workers, school social workers, right? And they work with our students, right, for on the lower acuity type things. And then if we need to, I'm sorry, my brain is just frazzled at this time.
Late.
Yeah.
I get you.
But on the higher acuity, the specialized mental health, right, from a CYBHI K-12 partnership perspective, which we're big on now, they get referred to Victor Community Support Services on the higher level. We also have youth outreach specialists, right, who are working with our students on some lower level groups. And we have clinicians through Victor Community Support Services running groups and lower level things.
On campus?
On campuses,
okay.
Yes. And then on top of that, we have some certified wellness coaches now through the K-12 partnership, right? As of right now, we have one at Riverbank. We're looking at one going to YOLO. That's through the K-12 partnership, and then possibly a third that was through the prior grant, right? And then we also have our educationally related mental health services, right, for our kids with IEPs, not to mention our school psychs, right, on top of that. I'm trying to think what else we leave in. And then I start thinking about our SEL coordinator, our social and emotional learning coordinator. And then before that, we had a restorative practices coordinator, but now we've combined. And then we're also working closely with YCOE, right, the County Office of Education. Sorry for all the acronyms. And how we're working with them on PBIS, positive behavioral interventions and supports. And we're working very clearly. And then restorative practices is intertwined into that. And then we start talking about multi-tiered systems of supports, right? The MTSS team and how we're really diving in. And when I start looking at the really effective programs, not just in Vacaville, Santa Barbara, all over the country, you start looking as the officer as one more part of the team. You know, not the end all be all. One more part of the team as a resource. And I keep thinking about when I was a high school principal, what does that look like? And I was thinking about watching my officer integrate and just be exposed to kids. It could be prom, basketball game, football game, lunchtime, shaking hands, a lot of times talking life into a young man or a young woman. Those were kind of things. But
and so is the idea just, again, I'm going to use Vacaville because that's what you gave me, and I know it's a good example.
It is.
Is the idea to replicate some of what Vacaville has in regards to the integration into the teams, just wanting to get an idea of what the life of our officers are going to look like?
And we've had this talk a lot, and I've said this a lot. I always think whenever I would take over a school, some things are great, leave it alone. Some things need some tweaking, some things, that wasn't good. Let's get rid of it, right? And I think we keep going back to what we want to call the West Sac Way, right? What is the West Sac Way? We get to create this program because even questions come up, what about implicit bias, right? We realize as educators that we need training on implicit bias, being culturally responsive, right? We're going to get the same training for our officers. We start talking about being trauma-informed, right? So I start asking myself, is there a model program out there that's really doing super well that we can tour, take the good things? And we had some good things going before when we were...
That's a perfect segue.
Right.
So we had 2 officers eliminated in 2 SROs.
July
not
2020.
Eliminated. I don't really love those terms, but transitioned out from Washington Unified in 2020.
I'm curious, when we had the officers there, again, we had to, can you give me an idea of what they were doing? And also, I appreciate this perception of safety. I think we actually get a lot from our constituents on perceived safety across the community, right? And so I'm very sensitive to it. So I'm just curious, when we had the 2 officers on Washington Unified, what was the perception of safety then?
And do you want to jump in and kind of talk about, we had talked about the day in the life of Tim Tawardis or any of our
Less day in life and more, because what we're responding to now, right, is
and some things have changed.
Absolutely. And I completely agree. We have COVID kids now.
What you said was spot on.
100%.
Mental health.
And so I'm just, but again, would love to understand why they were eliminated, and also what was the perception of safety by community then that we felt like we could eliminate them? And by we, I mean the school board, right? I wasn't on the school board, still am not. But so what was happening?
You know, for me, I keep thinking about this, and one of the things we were talking about earlier is a lot of school boards across the country hit the pause button, right? The time, the culture of things going on. And as I'm looking at now, we just had this talk in the chief's office, and we're like, things have changed since 2020. It wasn't good, the things that were going on, and that caused many of us to hit the pause button. Let's just call it out. It wasn't good. It caused many of us to hit the pause button, to question having police officers on school and people talking about school to prison pipelines and all that. The last 5 years, we have spent so much time talking about things like grading for equity, restorative practices, social emotional learning, trauma informed. I keep going back to that. We're trying to change things at the lowest level. We know to do things differently. There's just something, I don't know. You want to jump in? Because we were talking about earlier.
Dr. Burns, it actually might be helpful. Can you go back to, you had the survey, your data,
I'm gonna let you go.
on what, because that's really what we're responding to, right? At least I think that what the school district is responding to is how parents are feeling, how students are feeling. We heard it in public comment as well.
Right.
And so just curious to go back to that data.
Did you think if you got closer, it would? No.
I overestimated my technical skills.
You're getting close.
It's just a little dark.
Well, we can see it here.
Yeah, we can. I wish I could. I wish I could lift it up and show you.
Right.
I know, really.
Keep going back.
Getting there.
You're almost there. Keep going.
There we go.
There we go. Tell me if I need to put more enthusiasm or whatever to keep you guys, everybody awake.
You're
Keep
good.
going.
We signed up for this.
I know you did. I know you did. And I am naturally high-strung by nature.
Perfect. I think this is it, right?
Yes.
Nope. Is this what respondents were allowed? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So listed, what are the desired rules of it? Actually, go back. Did you have one more slide on data?
It was.
Am I missing that, your community feedback, or was that the slide with all the data?
I believe so.
Okay, then stay on it.
Okay.
Oh, good, and you can see it. Okay. So I have just a couple questions, both for Chief you, Dr. Burns, as well as you.
The hard ones for the chief, please.
I promise they're not hard.
No.
Do you have an idea, because this went out, because I took this survey as well.
Yes.
This went out to K through 12, right?
This went out to all the parents, right? And we also put it out to our staff, right? Classified and certificated.
And at all your campuses?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there's 7,400 kids, so 15,000 parents, guardians, caregivers.
Absolutely. Do you have an idea, bless you, of the responses by school?
We did not disseminate it by school.
Okay, okay.
You said we did? No. Oh, I thought it said someone said that.
Oh, we can see it by school, this data outcomes by school?
Oh, no, we can see total number of responses by school, but we didn't break this down specifically.
I don't have that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my apologies. Yeah.
I'm curious only because as I'm looking at where our officer is going to be located, and like I said, I'm trying to get an idea of what success looks like, because I want to make sure as we're doing this, we're all really clear, and the community is also clear, right? Parents are clear on what our officers can and can't do, not only like a day in the life, but also if we're thinking that the officer, right, that one SRO is going to be able to solve this, I'd be curious on the campus that they're going to mainly be on, which is the high school, what parents are saying, right? Like what staff is saying that their highest priority is for that SRO. So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, and it's a good question.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah, I like that. I like it. It's a really good question because when we met at the high school, and when we're talking the MOU, we're talking primarily the high school with access to all the other campuses and support. But when we were at the high school, if you recall, a lot of came up and they were talking about the different behaviors going on at the high school, right? Yeah. How do we change behaviors? How do we change behaviors? And people were talking about vaping and bathrooms and this. And what was your response about vaping?
You're going to have SRO responding to vaping?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And I say that,
right.
and I think that's important. Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's really important as I'm looking at this, because I also sat in parent meetings and heard in the elementary school parents wanting an SRO at our school, and the likelihood of that SRO being at that school, right? They responded to this community survey. I responded to this community survey saying what I thought we needed in regards to an SRO on our campuses, including our elementary and middle schools, and the likelihood of them seeing that SRO there at this point in time is not right. That's unlikely to happen.
You know, if I could speak to that, you know, many of our families have more than one child in the home. And so, you know, we're starting with this single officer with a focus on the high school. Statistically speaking, that's where we have the greatest need. Okay. And then when we look at our primary sites where we have our elementary children, you know, from a legal perspective, kids below the age of 12 cannot even commit a crime, technically. And so when we look at the need for law enforcement, especially these younger ages, it's greatly diminished. And so that's where we really put our focus on our comprehensive secondaries, where the need is the greatest. But also when we have our families that are giving us feedback onto what they would like to see, you know, their 7th grader is soon going to be a high schooler, where they are going to have that interaction. And there are some families that have a high schooler that's transitioning out and one that's coming up through the system. And so I think it's important for them to have that voice to be able to say, yeah, it may not impact me now, but it will in 2 years.
And what you're hearing me speak to are literally sitting in rooms with parents saying, no, I want an SRO in my elementary and middle school. Yeah. And so because this survey went out to everyone, really wanting to make sure, you know, if we were to approve this, that we're setting our officers up for success and not putting them in situations where there is a vision of what these SROs are going to be doing and which campuses they're going to be on, when that's not actually going to happen. And so I do think communication and really level setting is going to be important to make sure everyone is aware of the do's, the don'ts, not just, you know, this is the role of a school resource officer, but also as it relates to the feedback that parents gave, right, and the students gave, realistically what our SROs are going to be able to do as it relates to that feedback. I just think that's important, right? We even heard, you know, 70% or 68% of our students don't feel safe on campus, right? And so how do we make sure that with that entire system that Washington Unified has, again, similar to Vacaville, that's being braided in? I do want to ask a question. I have a couple of questions as it relates to my responsibility, making sure we can financially do this, but also our priority is the community. And they talked about this a little bit. So we passed Measure O. We now have, is it 89 positions or 85 positions?
Yeah, we moved from 72 funded to 85 funded through Measure O.
So we immediately said, hey, taxpayers, right, in West Sacramento, we said we were going to do this, and we immediately did it. I want to say we activated those or approved those back in February.
Correct.
All right. See, I'm doing pretty good. I don't even have notes on this. Just all up here on the dome. How are we doing?
We're doing okay. We're not doing as well in hiring
as specificity,
as I hoped. I think it's important to remember that just a few years ago, as a department, just to staff patrol at its minimum levels, which was 4 officers and a sergeant per shift, we had our staff on mandatory overtime to get that done. I can't tell you what that actual staffing number was at that time, but I can tell you we're healthier than that now. As we start next year, we're projected to have 5 officers and a sergeant on both of our day shifts, both of our graveyard shifts, our night shifts, and then 6 on each of our swing shifts. So we have felt that improvement. Measure O has definitely helped with that. Competitive contracts, really the types of support, the actions of support from the community, from you all as city leaders has shown up well for us. I always have higher hopes than where we're at. And I still do. And I still am hopeful that we're going to continue not only making progress, but hopefully hit some strides on hiring at times where we can hire in bigger batches, stretch our training officers to the hilt so they can help support growing that department, taking advantage of those extra resources and what we're able to do within the community, throughout the community, to really strengthen our core, which is patrol. It is the investigations. It is traffic. It is those functions that really are what our community does expect from us. The school resource officer position and what you have before you today is adding another position, another whole position with the cost share with the school district. Budgetarily, we've been assured that we're okay with that. But I really appreciate what I think I heard with your line of questioning is two things here. Now, are we honoring the community's response to Measure O that said we're going to have more officers in the street?
Absolutely. I mean, because Chief Strange, right? I think part of why why I and some of my colleagues supported, right, and pushed for Measure O and getting out there and campaigning for it was because what we heard from our residents was when we talk about perception of safety, right, was not feeling fully safe, saying over and over again, hey, we need more police, we need more patrol. And so I want to make sure as a city council member, I'm fulfilling, right, that promise and commitment that we made to our residents. And so when we talk about additional patrol, how are we looking pre-Measure O, right before, versus what we look like right now?
Yeah, so to answer that specifically, we have, I just saw a report this week, I think we're at 69 sworn officers that are active with us right now. And I think prior to Measure O, that number was probably 62.
Okay.
I think we've hired a lot more than 7. Not everyone makes it through the process.
Yeah.
And we've definitely experienced that, but we expect that sort of hiring rate to continue. So that's a pretty big jump in roughly 1 year for us. So my hope is that we can still continue that. I mean, you all know me well enough to know that that doesn't satisfy me. I want it to be more. But I think, understandably, I think that an underlying question here is, are we putting this school resource officer position in front of those things?
Yeah, I mean, so we had a conversation of if we commit to this contract, we need to fulfill the contract. Some of the language that I saw in the presentation was where it allows, where there is a position, versus the conversation we had was once we sign this contract, we need to fulfill it, right? It's a contractual obligation. And so we have to put an SRO officer there, whether we have low patrol or not. And so I think what you would hear from me on this would be, I would want to make sure that we're taking care of our city commitments to our entire community and making sure we're at a level. And I don't know, I'm going to rely on you to tell me what that level is. If 85 is what we have, right, an opportunity to hire for, and that's what we've set, unlikely that we need all 100% before we would fulfill our SRO duties. But I'm assuming 16 vacant positions also isn't meeting the spirit of what we intended with Measure O and what we heard, really even from you regarding, hey, the city has grown so much and we're not keeping up with the growth.
Right.
And so that would be probably my last feedback. And I want to make sure I know my colleagues probably also have lots of questions. Thank you.
Any other questions among the council members?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my son started at his local public school here in West Sacramento as a kindergartner. And so we were not part of the outreach process. And so I did not fill out any surveys. And so I don't have the same experience that Dr. Early's gone through. And so what I know about the SRO and the process is what I've been able to speak with my colleagues or my school board colleagues, and what we've talked about in our 2x2 meetings. And so this presentation tonight has been, in addition to what was in the staff report, kind of the most robust information I've seen about the SRO program. And the MOU drills in a little deeper to exactly what we're going to be, what we ideally want to provide. I think about at the end of the day, I drop my kid off at school. I want to pick them up at the end of the day. And I want kids to be safe. Not only be safe, I want them to feel safe. I want them to have a good educational opportunities. And I look to those in the educational field to do that type of work, and the folks who run for school board to look out for what the best interests of our students are, because I am not familiar with grading with equity. Trauma informed, the other things, Dr. Burns, that you were talking about. I mean, you folks have PhDs in this type of stuff. And so I really am looking to the school district and the leadership there to make the right decisions for our students. And I want to be a good partner as a city council member. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same things. I do have some questions about how this looks different than before. I was not a city council member when the SROs were originally pulled, had conversations with the community about it. It was a budgetary issue. We're reimagining what this looks like. Are we specific on what it looks like? Like, is this person wearing a different uniform? Are they carrying a gun? Do we know that yet?
Some of those things we know, in as much as we have called what is the uniform going to be out in the actual MOU, that's going to be a point of discussion. So is there an actual decision made on that? No. I have proffered that there is absolute value to us showing up in our full uniform, but it doesn't have to be all the time, right? We can be open-minded to that. But at some point, folks go through school, they graduate, we hope, and they're in the community, and they're going to see us like this. And if we want to do the work that needs to be done, I certainly hope that what we're accomplishing through that whole process is that type of relationship and trust building that lets people not be as alarmed as they may be today when they see a police officer in uniform. Admittedly, aspirational, idealistic, and absolutely what I want us to be invested in. How we get there, I think, is a lot of what you may be asking. I will say that I think the selection, as we heard earlier, the selection of, in this case, the individual to take this role on is vital. We have a lot of great police officers, but not all of them are going to be great SRO candidates. So that selection, I think, is vital. I would even say that if we don't have the right person, we probably shouldn't move forward if we encounter that. I don't think we're going to encounter that, but it's that important. And so how do we do this different? Well, we've seen even through prior iterations, really not just prior iterations, different individuals who have done this role here in this city. Just in that sampling, we've seen the approach done differently, depending on the different people, the different personalities, how they engage, how they socialize, all of those things mattering a great deal. And I think when this program ended, there's a lot of different reasons that folks could probably cite. One of those, I think, has to do with selection. We had 2 SROs, one completely beloved, one that was still learning it, and maybe, though a great cop, maybe not the best fit. But one of the things that's going to change going forward is that selection process and the fact that the school district and probably the folks on site that are going to be the primary points of contact and liaising with that officer and with the team, they're going to be part of that selection process. They know that community better than we do at this point. We haven't been there for 5 years.
One of the things I know we've talked offline about selection is there's a good chance that this person's already a police officer with our department.
Absolutely.
And that knows the community, maybe grew up in the community. Let's say we have that person. Are we pulling them off patrols to do this job?
Because we're adding this position, no. I
But
mean,
help me understand that, because to me, I see somebody's on patrols, and now they're going to be an SRO, and now nobody's on patrols anymore. So I know it's very
well,
be complicated.
It's really hard. It is complicated because it's a moving target, right? So I may hire 3 people this week, and next month I might lose 2, and where they're coming from depends on where they were when they left, right? So our goal is to still maintain a core staffing that is not only sufficient, better than we've been before. We are better than when prior to Measure O. I think we've at least minimally honored that statement that we were going to grow patrol resources by 20%. Again, I'm not satisfied with that alone, but it's not. I don't think it's as linear as maybe what's being thought. So I'll do my best. So what we're asking for tonight is to add another police officer position to the police department. So moving from 85 to 86. That will be cost shared to the school district. The selection of that candidate, yes, will be from the existing staff that we have today. So when they get placed into the SRO position, I'm hoping and assuming that over the course of the next 6 months, we will have hired more people. And though attrition does happen, I'm hoping that we will be even stronger than we are today. So taking away from patrol, that's like, no. I mean, it's taking away from the potential.
Them, right? I mean, that's the reality. Is like we have a number that we are trying to get to be fully staffed for our police department. It's the commitment that we all made to our residents, and if we don't add, right? So yes, we'll add a position. I think of it kind of like those 5 that used to be in the blanket, right? And we would say, no, but we have the 5. So we would add this, now it would be 86. But if we continue to not be able to fill those positions, right, for various reasons, right, then we would be taking away from patrol, because again, we would have a contract, unless again, there would be some sort of clause in there that would allow for us to, until we reach the minimum that we need to in order to protect our community, then we would be able to fill that position.
Yeah, I think.
Does that sound fair?
I think I hear what you're saying. I think a better.
He's adding a new position. He's not taking a budgeted position and putting it in there. He's not doing that.
But I didn't say budgeted, right?
If I could offer an example of how this works
Yeah.
already with no SRO. We have openings for detectives. We have openings for motor officers that pop up at times. Every time the person that takes that spot is coming from patrol. So then we're down 1 position in patrol until the next person coming out of training comes and fills that position. It is actually a really normal thing for us. That's a separate conversation from what is our staffing level.
I was going to say, but all those people are still on patrol and still part of, right? This one will be removed from the community and be placed here.
They're going to be part of the community at the school.
Exactly.
Right? And they are.
Which is slightly different than responding to other things.
They don't disappear.
Yeah.
Right? They are very much linked into our investigative work, our outreach work, all the things that we are already doing. Truly, my vision for this is absolutely, this is complementary to what we are doing already in community building and so much more. So trying to move pieces on a chessboard is a little bit difficult, and I don't know how we would articulate this without some sort of visual like that. But there are moving parts that move out and then in time get backfilled. And this would be like that at the onset.
Right.
But between now and the time of implementation, I would anticipate that our numbers would be stronger.
And I don't want us to assume to know how you are administratively implementing this role. I think what I did here is, if there's a scenario where we have a current officer who could fulfill, I mean, this is just a theoretical situation. Would you? And you would say, yes, possibly. That could be the scenario. But I still don't think that's your answer. Like, you are going to vet together with the school district these officers. We may not have that officer, but either way, you will have the extra budgeted position. You're not losing that budgeted position off the street. You will have that budgeted position for that officer who was maybe transferred into this budgeted position, so they fulfill the criteria that the school district is seeking for a sensitive and personable officer who is, experienced, and we're looking for the most experienced officer. at this point.
I don't actually think we're disagreeing on that. I think where we might not be on the same page, and I want to be clear on the record, because we had additional budgeted positions, right? We had those 5, right? And so it's not simply having additional budgeted positions. What people perceive and what they feel is, are there officers on the street? Right? They of course they appreciate we have now made room and we've added positions, right? But if those positions aren't filled, the consequence is still the same, right? The outcome is still the same, which is, as a community member, when I pick up the phone, and again, I heard this over and over again and still continue, when I pick up the phone, I want to know that someone's going to come to Southport, right? Despite the fact that you have other really major things happening there, that they're going to be able to respond. And what we said was we needed to make sure that there were enough police. We needed to make sure that there were enough patrols to be able to see them running stop signs, and there was going to be patrols on Marshall and on Southport Parkway. Like, all of those things are what we heard. And part of that was we just didn't have enough officers, which is why we all said, like, we need more officers. So I appreciate that we have budgeted positions, but we also need to make sure, like, we have bodies in those positions, good bodies, good police officers in those positions to fulfill that. And my only concern that you're hearing me say is I want to make sure not only do we have budgeted positions, that we have a certain level of folks filling those positions so that the community continues to feel safe and that we meet that promise while also being good partners to our school district.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think it is a balance that we're going to have to be very considerate about. Especially at the onset here, as we are actively growing, but the pace of that growth matters, and what we committed to the community matters. It's not necessarily even time spent, but there is, especially on school days, some offset that we would expect to. So, it's not an SRO that hangs out around Target and Nugget after school. It's not, it's those things like that.
SRO's going to be busy.
So
we already heard that.
we do hear those community-wide complaints, and we hear complaints about, but where are you around the schools, right? So they're not mutually exclusive, and I think that's part of the challenge in describing where should a particular next police officer hired be placed. And so I absolutely respect the fact that we need to balance that and make sure that we are honoring the core of making sure there are cops on the streets.
So when this event happened, that the school board decided to remove the SROs from, the school sites, I felt personally, the level of offensiveness that action took, and that hit to our police officers. During a movement at a time when, people were coming up with ideas, why either transitioning 5 police officer positions for community outreach or, moving SROs out and replacing it with mental health as an excuse. Those SROs were doing a tremendous job. They were a part of the family of the family of the school districts, of all the schools that they were visiting. It was a huge loss. There was no excuse. There was anything they were doing wrong. It was an abrupt, I don't think council wasn't aware. It was an abrupt decision, happened in immediately placed on the agenda. And there wasn't unilateral support among the, school board members there. So the vote was not unanimous. And I felt, during that time, police officers were taking the brunt of a bad event from one officer or a handful of officers. And it's been a process for every city, as I go up with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, every city, not just this city, is experiencing, the challenges of hiring quality police officers, where there's just a mass exodus of police officers leaving the field and doing other things. And it's not just our city. However, when the city decided to commission the Citygate report, in the report, the SRO was also recommended as part of an assessment broadly taken. And when considering Measure O, I felt that SRO would be a part of getting funded as a component, not only on our community but streets, but if we all can remember, unfortunately, during COVID, there are some youth who took some wrong turns, and there are some youth who have been killed on our streets. And it's tragic. There are some youth who committed suicide on our campus, or at home during that period of time. I'm not saying the SRO, I just would like to speak. I've had a lot of opportunities for all of you to speak. I would like to speak. There are a lot of opportunities for us to do more. Victory Outreach has been a tremendous resource in our school districts, in our schools. Not only do they reach out for the troubled youth, who are struggling from, when kids are staying at home, they're going to be experiencing more trauma. It's not from the isolation, it's from family members who are all there, family members who are struggling financially. It'll cause an abusive situation. So what happens is kids bring that back to school without the structure and support. And Victory Outreach has been a huge resource, and I'd like for that opportunity, for that partnership, like we have our police officer and mental health clinician partnership, I'd like that partnership to be strengthened. And whether we can provide the financing and the support like we did in our community outreach, but not at the sacrifice of having an SRO, the same partnership be attributed to in any way, even if we're hiring our mental health clinicians for our community, whether we have some kind of comparable support in the school district. So that way, our SRO officer is not trying to balance whether a child is having a mental health crisis or identify those. It is really hard, and I would not want to have our SROs to be shouldered with the burden that they missed an opportunity to identify a crisis situation for a youth without an untrained eye.
I appreciate, especially starting with the last part of what you said. I think you and Dr. Early in this way are very much in agreement about managing expectations about what one SRO could possibly do.
Right.
Right? And so I appreciate you bringing that up. And just to back up, I won't ever pretend to put myself in the seat of people that had to make the decisions that they were making, your chairs and other chairs, in the summer of 2020. There was so much just shoved onto people's plates and laps. And so, yeah, I agree that the impact locally on our police department did make them feel less valued. However, and I've never been afraid to say this, there are a lot of things that we came to recognize in policing that we simply wouldn't have realized and wouldn't have changed as rapidly if it wasn't for how difficult of a time that was. So I just back up to say, I don't hold anything against any of the decisions that were made. It has given us the opportunity to really spend the time that we have spent really thinking about how do we do this going forward? How can we do it different? How can we do it better? How can we, mitigate against the damage that was done generationally in some aspects? And because we want that corrected, because we know that what will build better relationships will build trust. And what builds trust ultimately builds a safer, stronger community at a school, across the neighborhood, across the whole city. And that's why this ties so well to everything we are trying to accomplish through the police department, but it's even better that we're able to do it collectively at the table with a really important partner. There's really pragmatic questions that are being asked too that we have to be able to answer for our city as a whole. So just a quick response, and I'm sorry to jump in front.
Just real quick, I didn't finish my questions from earlier, but since we're talking about a decision that you were a part of, I would love for you to step in.
Sorry, I thought when Councilmember Early jumped in that you finished.
No, I was not done.
Make sure you don't let anybody jump in.
No, it was a conversation. Okay. It was.
Okay.
We have a respectful, collegial.
This is the only time
it's a conversation.
The only time we get to have these conversations, and it doesn't just need to be me speaking to you. How you started the conversation. I have stuff about level setting and this, and I think the more we can keep this conversational, we can learn from each other, and I think it's easier for staff too to not just hear direct feedback from one person at a time. But please.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, and I apologize, I was going to interrupt you. I just wanted to acknowledge that I was going to have a question later. I know it's really late. So I was one of 3 board members who voted to get rid of our SROs. Chief and I spoke about that. Yes, there were budgetary considerations at that time. That's one of the things you heard, Dr. Early, and that's very true. we knew there was a shortage of officers. We felt they were better out serving out in the street. I'm going to be very candid. We had one exceptional SRO, but I did not believe that we were getting our money's worth with the other SRO, and that was my understanding because I talked with a lot of teachers, students, and parents, and it was either take two, you can't keep the one, and we made a decision. It was a 3-2 decision to get rid of the SROs. We also had very low incident reports, trouble on campuses. It was a different time. But I think it was important because I want to mention that I know I was always on campus at that time. And it was important for us to have these discussions and make the best decisions we had at that time. That's why the three of us voted to get rid of the SROs. But as I said, those are very different times. But I really appreciate that our new trustees, who are very aware of what's going on campus, voted, 4-1 to approve. It was 4 to, I'm looking at someone out there. I was told it was 4-1. I understand it was unanimous.
4-0.
Okay.
4-0. 4 members.
Thank you. Thinking of us right now. Thank you. So that makes a lot of impact. They know what's going on in their school district. They've talked with parents, and they see what's going on in the campus.
Thanks for shedding light. And I have to grab this while you said it. We're going to figure out what data can produce the measures that we're looking for to get an idea what success looks like. It may be sentiment measures, because a lot of what we're talking about is sense of safety. And so I say that because the statement about the number of incidents maybe tying to justifying the position, I just want to be careful that I just call that out, because sometimes the absence of incidents might actually be success. I think we have to really dig in and qualify that, though.
See a bunch of school board members shaking their heads. So that kind of leads to one of the questions that I had, the survey that was attached to the staff report. The question was, do you feel safe at school right now? And there's a couple different letters, but a couple different breakdowns from always out to never. And that was for all of the school sites that, all of the school district school sites. Being clear with parents about where the SRO will be spending their priority of their time, I think is going to be very important. And I see school board members and folks shaking their head. And so I think that's going to be very clear, because I think it would be difficult for me if I were in this position that I was receiving a survey as a Stonegate parent to give all this feedback on an SRO and then learn that they're not even on campus. Some education might need to be done there. So just expectations. When we talk about what success looks like, if we come back in a year, if we come back in a 2 year, I know we talk about, and the MOU mentions evaluation meetings. I feel like we don't have that answer of what the data is going to be. So, do you feel safe always, 31% district-wide? If that goes up to 35%, is that, and it just take out just River City data or where the SRO is spending their time. That goes up to 35%. Is that success? I don't know, but I think that's going to be really important for us to look at and to just have an honest conversation about what the climate is on campus, what's happening. And, some of the feedback we had in the 2x2 meeting was complaints about vaping in the bathroom.
Right.
This is not what the SRO is going to be handling. And so the other screen that we have up right now listed priorities from highest to lowest. Those are some high numbers where high expectations for this SRO, and just being very clear and wanting to set up this person for success is really important. Because you can't, if you added up all those percentages, what's that, 500%? I'm making that number up, but it's a lot. And so just being clear on that, because at the end of the day, like I started with my comments, wanting our students to be safe and to feel safe is really important. But that's district-wide. And, I want to be a good partner to our school district. And I want to come back in a year and have this conversation on how's it going, what's happening. I'd love for the teachers at that point to be in support. I'd like us to continue having these conversations so that we can do this the West Sac way, so that we can achieve the goals that everybody's looking for.
Councilmember Speaker Hole, Mayor Pro Tem. When you talk about, because I had a note on here what I was hoping that we would be able to see is not just in the 2x2, because as a council, I think we're all fully vested in what this will be. I would love either a biannual or an annual presentation to the council on how it's going, what success looks like. Hopefully it would be with both of you guys. I see in here that you guys would be doing presentations, but it's not specifically called out that they would be to us, and that would be an expectation. But I think that would be really productive for all of us to be able to be co-collaborators in this relationship and fully seeing, right, and involved.
Great, great.
Yeah, just to bring it to the 2x2 would be helpful to know, not just this program, but any increase in mental health referrals as a result of, having an additional support in the school district. I know we're looking at it from a year out, so nothing anytime soon. But in the planning of an SRO, just also the contribution of increased mental health services is what I'm looking for as well.
Did we make a motion?
No.
I'm sorry.
Thank
Didn't
you.
see you.
Thank you. Wow. So I was on the council back in 2016, the only council member who had very young children going through the school system. I was on the city 2x2 for quite some time as our representative to that body. I remember this conversation happening and how it impacted my family personally. And again, as it was mentioned, it was quite a surprise. It wasn't a decision that was put before our council. This was a unilateral decision that affected the way we did business in the city of Sacramento when it came to law enforcement. I want to first start by saying thank you to our school board members and former school board members and esteemed colleagues for staying the night, okay? Because I know that this is one of the latest meetings, and it shows your dedication to this issue. I also appreciate the arguments and the analyses on this dais tonight regarding all the different aspects that we should be considering when we're looking forward on this item. My support for school resource officers has never changed. This has always been unwavering in support, and that's informed by my 20-plus years as an ethical, dedicated prosecutor, deputy district attorney who took an oath to serve justice, seek justice, and do justice through my profession, but also as my obligation as a public servant, but also having a very, very long-term marriage to a retired detective with the Sac Police Department who spent nearly 30 years serving our community and modeling what that could look like to be an amazing officer and community public servant. My child's godmother is a school resource officer. And by virtue of my profession and my husband's profession, but also just by trial and error, you see different models of what this can look like. And I've been not secretive about how I feel about the way she does her job, because as a Latina, a woman who was born and raised in a very impoverished farm worker community, speaks fluent Spanish, and is accessible to so many kids who are at opportunity, who have never seen themselves in a uniform or even could project their image on the head of a uniform. A woman who takes children out to learn their manners at Morton's on her dime. That's not my expectation of what our school resource officers do. I'm telling you, I'm just saying, I have seen people push the limits as to what it looks like to be introduced to the theater, to understand what it looks like to be a positive example and role model and guide to our children in South Sacramento who need access, that have never touched the hand of an officer unless they're being handcuffed. And so when we look at all of the different dynamics, and we're all human beings, we all have a variety of different dynamics that really inform how we look at situations. Some of us see the enforcement. Some of us see the menace. Some of us see a person who needs to intervene when there are, and we see this tonight, we talked a lot about mental health issues and, have personally come into contact with disturbing and extreme volatility at any given moment that we have to react unexpectedly and respond to matters. That is an issue. And we do, rely on our uniformed officers to have a deterrent effect, whether or not they're being active or inactive, whether or not they're just existing as a resource. And so when we're looking at this dynamic, we're looking at all those different aspects from highest to lowest, what the community is expecting. My expectations of this program have always been to be proactive, to be positive impacts, to be the pipeline for our department, to hire from our city, the people who know our city well, who are born and raised here, that speak for our residents, not to hire folks to transfer in and enforce from the top. We're talking about not having a department that says, well, our officer can't make it over there in the street, so why don't we just throw them in the school because they can do the work with, a softer community. No, that is not the model I'm talking about. I'm talking about the best officer in our department who says, you know what, I want the privilege of shaping the lives in a positive way of our newest leaders. And so it is imperative on us to be clear about the dynamics that we all want out of this. But more importantly, for our school board who has spoken, and for us to be partners and meet them at the table and say, you know what? I hear you, because you guys are the experts. You guys were elected by our community to serve our children. And if you guys think, as a majority body, that this is the right angle, I'm all on board for this. But let's talk about how we make this model work for our children in West Sacramento. We've always prided ourselves on being innovative. The West Sac way, we have mottos here and there about what we do here. Whatever model and data exists outside of these city limits, let that be their data. Let us create our own data and positive outcomes that influence our children in hopes that we turn around lives, and that the silence in our community isn't because we don't need our SROs. It's because our SROs are doing a damn good job. I'll end with this. When I first came on scene here, Dan Bowers, I knew him personally. I remember going to a police athletics league or summer night lights, and he was playing basketball. The kids all knew him by name. It was a chum. It was just fantastic to see the interaction there. And I've known from 20, like I said, many, many years of working in Sacramento on the most egregious, ugly cases that none of you want to open. That we've had cases where officers have been in communities where there has been some type of sexting or something that has broken open a case, extreme child porn and human trafficking of very, very young children, just because an SRO was in the right place at the right time that said, hey, maybe you should report that. And now we have something bigger that we would have never experienced. This is a huge opportunity for our department and our city and our school district. I think that we can collectively, as a community, come together to shape what this looks like. I'm excited about that opportunity. I hope our council remains supportive, and I hope that you've had adequate feedback on. And Chief, when we hired you, we trust in your judgment on how it is that you're shaping your department to make it best effective for our community. I trust that you'll do so in this situation as well. Thank you. Yield.
Okay, make a motion to approve.
Oh, I just want to add some more. I do want to add a little more detail about the, situation of our police department back then as well. Back when we lost the SRO, or even not, maybe shortly before then, I recall there being a 50% turnover and having a police department, a very young police force, which is a liability to any city to have a young, inexperienced police force. We were lucky to have SROs at the time, with experience, with commitment to serve our children, and the ability to just be dedicated to making sure that this job was done right. There was a loss. That was a hit. I personally felt that was a tough hit to have. But seeing how, with the passage of Measure O, we're increasing our police force, I'm hoping the morale has improved, as raises come around and they feel more appreciated. And this, hopefully, this restoration and the embracing of the school board, which, I think that they've, school board and the administration have done a lot of due diligence to reach out. And also, Chief, you and your team, partnering with the Black Student Union with events. I applaud you for that. Thank you. Thank you and all the police officers who are out there, with the cornhole, with the cop, and what was the other event you did out there recently out in?
Hey, we did a homecoming game, tailgate, but, I have to say, the BSU has been so critical as the one that really started offering that olive branch. I would love to take total credit for it, but I simply can't.
I get it.
You have a group of young leaders in that organization that are truly amazing and are going to be in your seats someday, so keep warm for them. So, but really, really amazing young people in that group.
And I appreciate you being, when they posted their their banner up here and being present. They feel appreciated, and that goes a long way. And that is really, bridging, the hurt and the harm that's happened in the past. And we need to continue to do that. It's not just restoring an SRO. It's all sorts of things that we got to do. So I just want to say thank you for continuing that work. And I look forward to seeing that work continue over the next year as we take a look at, restoring, if we get the vote as approved here tonight, is restoring the SRO. So with that.
I have a question. So just my last question. I appreciate that you wanted to go there.
I did.
So page 423, I'm looking at the MOU, and I just want to make sure I'm clear just on the interim coverage. What it says is the city will make reasonable efforts to provide interim law enforcement coverage during extended absences defined as exceeding 3 consecutive workdays, subject to personnel availability. When you say subject to personnel availability, what did you have in mind, Chief, there? Again, I'm going to continue to say, how are we making sure we're meeting the whole community's needs?
Yeah, I think that probably goes to a lot of what your conversation was earlier.
Okay.
It's not going to be where we're just removing somebody from a patrol position. We will probably do that on the back of people that are on their days off, on overtime shifts. We do that now for different operations where we say, hey, we need somebody to sign up because we anticipate an absence on a shift or wherever often on patrol, just to make sure we are meeting the levels of staffing that we desire. So similarly with the SRO.
And then if, for whatever reason, especially beyond the 3 consecutive days, I know people go on permanent leave sometimes, right? If they get hurt or something along those lines, is the thought then that would be where you would potentially search within department or look and see outside if possible? Understanding and agreeing with my Councilmember Orozco that it would be, I think the promise, the vision would be that it's someone that's coming from our community, all the things.
Yeah, I think for the scenario that you described, because injuries do happen with us, and unfortunately with all too frequent occurrence, yeah, we would definitely be sitting down with our partners in the school district to talk about the best way forward. I actually have contemplated as we get started that, yes, we're going to select one person, but we might want to select the backup and actually invest in the training for them and the supervisor that will be assigned. So we have built in multiple layers of kind of backstop for that because there is a reality to our work. It's part of the reason why we suffer with staffing was sometimes is injuries seem to come in. And
I think what you're hearing from me is I'm very sensitive to that, right? And wanting to make sure both needs are being able to be met.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm still waiting for a second.
Second.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, Councilmember Alcala moved and Councilmember Carino Orozco seconded. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hull?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Next is, under the regular agenda, item 12, consideration of selection of Mayor Pro Tem. And will there be a presentation or we just dive into this item?
Mike is having problems. Sorry about that. No, I don't.
No presentation. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, there are requests to speak on this item.
Okay.
Maria Garcia?
Okay. Voy a tratar de traducir yo sola bueno, primero lo voy a hablar en español. Aquí estoy para apoyar a Norma Alcalá. Ya es hora de que Norma tome su turno como alcaldesa provisional. Toda mi familia la apoya. Norma es una persona que siempre que la llamo me responde. Siempre está dispuesta a ayudarnos, no solo a mi familia, sino también a todos los miembros de la comunidad que la necesitan. A Norma no se le ha dado la oportunidad que merece. Se le ha dado a otra concejal, Berna Selpicio, en su primer mandato. Norma ha sido elegida por la comunidad, por la Asamblea General y por su propio distrito. Ahora es el momento de su turno como corresponde. Gracias. También pido el apoyo para apoyar el programa de Successor Garden, que se incluye este tema en la agenda del 21 de enero y se extiende el contrato de Successor Gardens.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm here to support Norma Alcala. It's time for Norma Alcala to take her turn as Mayor Pro Temp. My whole family supports her. Norma is someone who always answers when I call her. She's always willing to help us, not only my family, but also all members of the community who need her. Norma Alcala has not been given the opportunity she deserves. It has been given to another council member in their first term. Norma Alcala has been elected by the community, by the general public, and by her own district. Now it's time for her turn, as it should be. And I ask you also to support the Three Sisters Garden Program and that the issue be included on the agenda for January 21st and that you extend the Three Gardens contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, Maria.
Rhonda Pope Flores.
This is actually too low. I stand here tonight on behalf of Broderick and Bright, neighborhoods with a proud history and a resilient spirit. Our community has fought for fairness time and again, whether it was securing Bright Park, demanding equitable maps, pushing for equal treatment in city services. Council Member Early, sorry.
It's late.
Council Member Norma Alcala has been our voice in these struggles. She has consistently championed equity, education, neighborhood revitalization, and civil rights. Her leadership has been a lifeline for residents who often have been overlooked. Yet throughout her entire council career, she has been bypassed for the role of Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure why that is. This is not just a bypass of one council member, it's a bypass of our community that we had to fight for the equity to be the voice which she represents. When our representative is excluded from leadership, our neighborhoods are also excluded. This exclusion is part of a larger pattern. When illegal mapping threatened to divide and diminish our community's voice, we organized and created the Broderick and Bright Neighborhood Association. That association was born out of necessity to defend our right and fair representation, to ensure our neighborhoods were not silenced. It is a testament to our determination to stand together against inequity. To continue to bypass Norma Alcala is to continue to bypass the very neighborhoods that have already had to fight for recognition and fairness. Representation matters, leadership matters, and equity matters. Tonight, I urge this council to correct this imbalance. Appointing Norma Alcala as Mayor Pro Tem is not only about honoring her service, but also about honoring the people of Broderick and Bright, who have fought for decades to be seen and heard. We fight for things that we shouldn't have had to fight for. And quite honestly, I am very disturbed, and this is no disrespect towards Mayor Pro Tem. You were a new council member brought on, and you were chosen over a seasoned council member. That is just a blatant show of disrespect. Normally, the way the process works is you choose based on seniority. But now that we have districts, you need to have rotating systems so there's equal treatment.
Maria Grijalba?
Madam Mayor, I'm proud to be Maria Grijalva. I'm grateful for my First Amendment rights and for the ADA. It's not okay to threaten my rights, mess around and with my rights, and you'll find out. I speak facts. I'm sorry that my facts are offensive. As a school board member, council member Alcala attempted to protect voting rights by getting rid of Jim Crow voting at the school board. And of course, status quo won. It's important that we remind the public and the public record that it was Christopher Cabaldan that got rid of district elections and introduced Jim Crow voting. As a council member, again, Norma Alcala attempted to protect voting rights of residents to no avail. Again, status quo. Has Mayor Pro Tem Verna Sulpicio done anything courageous like that? So why be so spiteful? Why? Why? I don't understand why. Previously, we watched when Verna Sulpicio was squirming to try to get Norma Alcala disqualified for, it was a conflict of interest or for something. I remember we were all standing here and it was just insistent that she be disqualified. And I don't think that's fair. And so I don't understand why the hate. But the bottom line is that the council member has been sitting, the longest sitting council member and also school board member. And so I think it's disrespectful. I think it's reflective. It's aggression. It's aggression against our council member. And as I've said before, and it's a fact because the public says it. We have a Mean Girls Club.
Maria, can you not focus on,
and so,
can you
no,
not
I'm
say
sorry.
anything
It's my
negative
First
about the council
Amendment right.
members?
I can use satire. I can use all kinds of stuff.
Not if it violates the code of conduct. I will have you stop, and then I will turn off the microphone.
The code. No, anyway, we're not going to go there because I already finished. So anyway, please respect the council member and the years of experience that she has, and she's seasoned, and there's just no reason. There's no rationale. What is the rationale to appoint someone on the first term when a seasoned council member has a lot more experience? I don't understand the rationale. I mean, we're talking about mental health. Hello.
Nope, don't go there with the council members, Maria.
Yeah, no, we're gonna talk more about that, but not now, okay? I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
Okay, closing the public comment. I'm bringing it back to council. I would like to put a motion forward for appointing Council Member Alcala as Mayor Pro Tem. May I have a second?
I'll second it, Mayor.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
No.
Councilmember Orozco?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
No.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, since that motion has failed, is there an alternative motion?
Yes, I will motion that Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall have another year as Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Early moved and Councilmember Orozco seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Alcala?
No.
No, she said.
No.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
No, and I'd like to add that I think not giving an equal chance to Councilmember Alcala is, as I heard tonight, disrespectful. She does deserve a chance to be Mayor Pro Tem. And I am voting no for that reason to make a statement. Thank you. With that, I will move to General Administration, Function Part 2. Do we have council assignment reports? No council assignment reports? Council calendar?
Only a calendar is just a reminder that this Friday is the Winter Wonderland tree lighting here at City Hall. Starts at 5:30. That's all I have. I have no manager's report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney report?
Nothing to report.
Staff direction from City Council members? And future agenda item requests?
I have one.
Oh, you have one? Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to bring up the extension of the lease for Three Sisters.
You need to send that in writing,
I shall.
Mr. City Attorney. I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager. All right. And I'm sorry, did we take a vote on acknowledging the A's? I sent that email to you.
I do recall the request. We can add it to the next.
Do we vote it?
No, I don't
Vote
believe
on
we
it?
did that yet. So we can
Why,
add
and why
it to
is
the.
that? I did follow the procedure.
It may have been an oversight in terms of getting it on the agenda for tonight, but we can put it on the next.
That would prevent us from maybe taking it up in January, correct?
We'll review that request. It may have been an oversight, but I do recall you sending something about it.
Does anybody have a problem with acknowledging the the A's baseball player? Just
I'm looking at Jeff, just making sure I can answer this question, because I know how that goes.
because I did do this on a timely manner, and
Well, it isn't on the agenda for an action, so I would not recommend that we get a consensus to put it on the agenda. I think Mr. Laurel said he'll look back. If it was an oversight, then there's no reason why it couldn't be on the January agenda.
Yeah, I can talk to your colleagues and make sure that it's okay with everyone just put it on the January agenda. So I think we have enough information from you on it. So
okay.
So yeah, we'll follow up on that.
With that, I'd like for us to. I mean, I was waiting for this to happen for us to take a vote so that I could.
The lawyer said I could.
If I could have a conversation that Doug can have with the A's representative so that we can coordinate. It was going to be either in January or February. If February is the date, then we have time to bring it back to council and do all the other. But if January is the date, then if they select, I'd like to keep that option open and have them recognized.
Do you have a preference if it is in February? Is that still
they
workable?
suggested January, February, which is why I wasn't having a problem, because I did submit it on a Thursday evening before, I think Friday,
Okay.
no, Friday. You'll see the time. It was right before the
I believe you.
agenda was released, but then we put it off for this meeting, but it's not here, so. Okay. With that,
Mayor, may I adjourn in memory of Rose Madridge, longtime resident of Broderick Wright?
Yes.
She died, she was 95 years old, and she was very active with the seniors. She used to lead the line dancing for the seniors. She was also president of the League of, president of prayer group over at Holy Cross. Legion of Mary, thank you.
May she rest in peace. And with that, thank you, Councilmember Alcala, for bringing her name forward. And that's a motion. I'll second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Alcala?
Aye.
Councilmember Early?
Aye.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right, we are now adjourned. Thank you.